Tonight, you'll discover the story of a man who sang the Buddha's teachings without ever knowing their name. Somewhere between the edges of memory and myth, beneath the sunburnt sky of Iran's great desert, a figure moves slowly, not hurried, not aimless, just carried. The wind doesn't ask where he's going, and neither does he. A wide-brimmed felt hat shades most of his face, but strands of black hair curl out from underneath. His robe is mismatched patches sewn from discarded cloths, dyed by sun and dust and years of forgotten footsteps. Strapped across his back is a stringed instrument, worn smooth by hands that have played it far longer than they've rested. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And if you're still awake, tell me, where in the world are you listening from right now, and what time is it now? Dim the lights for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. He doesn't call himself anything. The man hasn't in years. A name implies someone waiting to be found, but he has no destination, no waiting arms or final song. The desert doesn't need a reason. It only asks that you walk, and so he does. Across the Dasht-i Kavir, the great salt desert of Iran, where salt crystals glimmer like broken glass and sand dunes rise in slow, sleeping waves. Each step crunches softly underfoot, the air thick with heat and silence. The only sound is the occasional whisper of wind, brushing over the dunes as if trying to remember a song it once knew. He hums when the silence grows too big, a gentle line of melody, improvised, born and buried in the same breath. His instrument is a cedar, a slender-necked lute whose voice is as quiet as memory itself. He doesn't play for crowds, doesn't play for money, doesn't even know why the songs come. Sometimes they arrive fully formed, like someone else is whispering into his ear, and his fingers simply follow. The sun bleeds downward, and the world softens into twilight. He wraps himself in his cloak, finds a rock that casts a little shadow, and settles in. No fire, just the stars coming out like tiny lamps in a temple with no walls. He plucks a few notes slow, spaced, a lullaby for the dunes, a prayer for no one in particular. There's an old Iranian belief that deserts remember footsteps longer than the people who leave them, that the land absorbs not just weight, but intention. If that's true, then this man's steps must echo with longing, the kind that has forgotten its object. He dreams in fragments, a child's face laughing, a woman turning away, a temple bell in the distance, always just beyond reach, always dissolving like morning mist. At dawn, the horizon burns, rose gold. The man stirs, brushes sand from his eyes. No complaints, no words, just another breath, another step, another note. He walks until midday, when the heat presses down like a judgment. In the distance, a flicker, not a mirage. Real this time, a spattering of palm trees, a square of blue cloth flapping between mud walls, an oasis. He smiles, not because it's water, but because it's here, real, undemanding. As he approaches, he notices a few children watching him. They don't run, don't wave, just blink, wide-eyed, dust-coated, the way desert children always are, already older than their years. He nods. They disappear into doorways. He finds shade near the well, dips his scarf into the cool water, wipes his face, breathes. The village is barely that, maybe 5 homes, all melted into the color of the sand, with small windows and crooked doors. Chickens cluck somewhere. A camel snorts behind a crumbling wall. Life here doesn't shout. It murmurs. Later, he opens his case, sits cross-legged in the center of the dusty square. No one asks him to play, but no one tells him not to either. He begins with a low tone. The cedar responds like an old friend, reluctant to speak, but willing to listen. The melody weaves through the air slow, like honey, meandering. Long pauses between notes, like he's waiting to see if the wind remembers the next line. A woman appears with a clay bowl of dates, leaves it without a word. Then, from the shadows, a man steps forward, white-bearded, skin like dry bark, robes older than the village. He doesn't speak, just sits, listens, and he cries, silently, unmoving, just tears sliding down like morning dew on an old stone. The musician sees him, doesn't stop playing, but his fingers soften, as if they're bowing, as if the cedar itself recognizes something. Later that evening, as the stars return and oil lamps flicker in crooked windows, the old man nods once, stands, leaves, but the musician feels something shift, like a door has been nudged open in the back of his mind. He dreams again, but this time, the dream holds a temple with no roof, bells that ring even in silence, a scroll unfolding into light. He wakes before dawn. He doesn't rush, just rises, packs his instrument, bows toward the well, and walks, always toward something, even if he doesn't know what. The wind carries him north, though no map names the place he seeks. The desert thins, not into cities or roads, but into a kind of quiet so dense it feels like velvet draped over the world. The salt gives way to cracked earth, then to dry grass, then to something green faint, but stubborn. And then, almost by accident, he finds it. A town with no name. There is no sign, no gate, no welcome. Just a scattering of homes built into the sides of a shallow canyon, as if the land tried to hide them from the world and nearly succeeded. No call to prayer, no market noise, just the hush of trees bending slightly in the breeze and the faint splash of water against stone. He doesn't know why he stops. It feels familiar, not from memory, but from the way his feet hesitate, the way his spine straightens just slightly, as though something here once touched him in a dream he forgot to wake from. He steps inside. No one looks up. That is the first kindness. There is a woman drawing water from a channel cut through rock. A boy watching ants crawl across a step. A man hammering slowly at a bent horseshoe. The pace of life here is not slow out of laziness. It is slow because nothing here needs to hurry. He finds a shaded square with no fountain, no benches, just silence. And that is enough. He opens his cedar case, sets it gently in his lap, and waits. Not for attention, just until his breathing matches the rhythm of this place, until the song wants to leave his fingers, and then he begins. A low melody, barely audible over the wind. Notes spaced so far apart, they feel like footsteps across an ancient stone bridge. He doesn't think, doesn't plan. His hands remember what his mind has forgotten. And slowly, people begin to gather, not with excitement, but as if drawn by something ancestral. One by one, they take places on the edges of the square, eyes down, breathing slow, until only one figure remains in the shadows. A man, or maybe a ghost of one, cloaked in gray, head shaved, but not like a monk, more like someone who forgot their reflection long ago. His back is straight, hands folded in his lap, but his eyes are wet. Even from across the square, the musician sees it. Not grief, not joy, just recognition, as though the melody is not being heard for the first time, but remembered. The song continues. The musician's fingers soften, his body relaxes. The melody grows simpler, almost skeletal. 3 notes, then 2, then 1, then silence. But no one moves. The silence is not awkward. It is whole, like the final page of a book you didn't know you were writing. The old man finally steps forward. He doesn't speak. He kneels, touches the edge of the instrument case. Then, without words, he draws a folded piece of cloth from within his robes. Gently, reverently, he unfolds it. It is a scroll, but not a scroll meant for reading. There are no characters, only lines curved and sweeping, like wind carved into paper. Spirals and arcs that seem to hum, even though they make no sound. The musician tilts his head. He does not understand it, but something inside him does. The old man points to one arc, then another, tracing it slowly with his finger, like a priest offering a blessing. And suddenly, the musician hears it, in his mind, not his ears. A note, then another, a rhythm, a breath. It's a song. The scroll is a song. But more than that, it's his song, the one he just played. The one he always plays. His chest tightens, not with fear, but with awe, because this old man, this nameless dervish, he's been listening to this melody for years, maybe longer. The old man presses the scroll to his chest, then offers it forward, but the musician steps back, shakes his head, gently places his hand over his heart. He does not need it in ink. The melody is already inside him. The old man smiles. For the first time, he speaks. Just 2 words. Keep going. And then he leaves, just disappears into a side path between the houses. No one else seems to notice, but the musician does. He remains in the square long after the others disperse, long after the shadows grow long and the sky darkens to plum and indigo. He plays no more that night, only listens, and the wind answers, and memory returns his mother, long ago, in a quiet home on the edge of a town, not quite village, not quite city, her voice humming, always humming, no words, just tones, like lullabies from somewhere older than sleep. And suddenly he wonders, was she singing the Sutras? Was he? But there is no need to know. That night, he lies beneath a fig tree and dreams of curved lines and silent music, of paths that go forward even when you don't see them, of songs sung not to be heard, but to be felt. And when he wakes, the air is full of morning. He eats a handful of dates from the cloth left by a child, nods toward the house where the old man vanished, and continues walking, not because he must, but because the song is not yet finished. The next morning tastes of dust and ripening figs. He hums without meaning to, a low, curling line of melody trailing behind him like incense smoke as he leaves the nameless town. The sky is wide again, too wide, like a bowl flipped upside down, pressing thought flat. He doesn't look back. That's not how songs work. They go forward, even when their meaning still hangs behind. By midday, his feet ache, and the path splits into hills lined with cypress trees. The air changes cooler, tinged with the scent of distant water and crushed pine. He finds himself walking slower, not from fatigue, but reverence, as if he's entering a place already in prayer. To the right, half hidden by trees, he sees a shape an old stone shrine, crumbling but dignified, vines crawling up its weathered flanks like green threads through old silk. It calls to him. He steps off the path and pushes the heavy wooden door with a single open palm. It sighs open. Inside, it is dim and sweet with age. Shafts of light filter through cracked roof tiles, illuminating dust motes that dance like tiny pilgrims. The air smells of old earth, candle wax, and something like jasmine, though no flowers grow nearby. He removes his sandals, instinctively. This place, whatever it once was, asks for silence. At the far end of the room, partially sunken into the floor, is a wall covered in carvings. They're not Persian, not Arabic, not anything he knows. Swirls, crescents, open circles, like someone tried to capture the breath of wind in stone. He moves closer. The lines seem random at first, then strangely familiar. Music again. Not written notes, but visual rhythm, a kind of cosmic choreography etched deep into the wall. This isn't art, it's memory, frozen in time. He doesn't touch it, just stands still and breathes. And as he breathes, something soft rises within him unformed, like the beginning of a song that hasn't found its voice. He sits before the wall, cross-legged, sets the cedar across his lap, waits, then plucks a single string. The note wavers, echoes, another. He lets the sound bounce from stone to skin. No rush, just exploration. Then something curious happens. The air around him seems to hold the music, not just reflect it, but cradle it. The way a good friend holds your story without judgment. He plays slowly, and in that sacred hush, the carvings seem to shift not literally, but emotionally, as if the space between each swirl hums back, a resonance not of ears, but of being. He doesn't know how long he plays. Time stretches here, becoming more breath than number. Eventually, silence returns, but it feels full, not empty. He sets the instrument aside and stands. On the far wall, something glimmers faintly, almost hidden behind a crumbled ledge. He kneels, reaches, and finds a bowl. Stone, smooth, perfectly round, but inside, it's cracked. A single fracture runs through its center, like a river carved by sorrow. Still, it holds light. He brings it out into the open, sets it before him. A bowl that can't hold water, but still reflects the sun. He smiles, then hears movement behind him. An old man, stooped and barefoot, enters the shrine. His eyes are clouded with age, his hands stained with clay. They nod to one another. No words needed. The old man approaches the bowl, runs one finger gently along the crack, then lifts it with care, like a father lifting a child. Without asking, he beckons the musician to follow. Outside, just beyond the tree line, is a modest hut, mud walls, woven roof, clay pots stacked along one side like sleeping monks. Inside, the scent of firewood and tea. The potter places the bowl beside a spinning wheel, nods toward a stool. The musician sits. Most people throw them away. The potter finally says, voice rough like sand against stone. But they're the best ones. He pours tea. You mean the cracked bowls, the musician asks, voice quiet. The potter chuckles. No, I mean people. And they sit in the silence of that truth. The musician sips. The tea is smoky, bitter, then sweet. He sets his cup down. The potter turns the wheel slowly, placing a fresh lump of clay at its center. Clay remembers. He murmurs. Even what we try to forget. He begins to shape it, hands steady, motion deliberate. You don't force it. You listen. The bowl begins to take form. Not perfect, not symmetrical, but alive. You know, the potter says, emptiness is what makes it useful. Not the walls, the space. The musician blinks. He's heard that before, or something like it. A sutra, a whisper. Maybe it was in the melody he played last night. Maybe it was the silence between karma. The potter continues, wiping his hands. Isn't punishment or reward. It's shape and reshaping. He looks at the musician now, directly. Every note you play, every silence you leave, you're shaping something. The musician lowers his gaze. Even if I don't know what, especially if you don't know what, they sit quietly for a while. When the bowl is finished, the potter lifts it, cradles it for a moment, then hands it to the musician. He takes it with both hands. It's light, but it feels full. Not of tea, not of clay, but of something older. Memory. Maybe intention. He places it in his satchel, alongside his instrument. The potter nods. They don't say goodbye. There is no need. That night, the musician plays one song, just one, beside the shrine. The wind doesn't interrupt. It listens, and the cracked bowl gleams faintly in the firelight. Morning arrives wrapped in mist. The musician doesn't wake so much as rise gently, slowly, like a note that has waited all night to be heard. He walks while the dew still clings to the grass. The cracked bowl is tucked safely in his satchel, its shape pressing softly against his side like a sleeping heartbeat. No particular direction, just the road that opens before him. It's not long before he hears them. Children, their voices, distant at first, bubbling up from the folds of a small valley. Laughter, footsteps, the occasional high-pitched call of delight. He crests a hill and sees it a village nestled beside a slow-moving stream. The houses modest and crooked, as if grown rather than built. Smoke rises from chimneys like breath from sleeping animals. Chickens strut. Cloth flaps on lines. The scent of fried shallots and wood ash drifts lazily into the air. The children spot him and freeze, then run. He smiles, not insulted. It's the kind of running born of curiosity, not fear. He takes a few more steps and notices a wooden platform near the river's edge. Not large, weathered by time and use. A space for drying rice, or dancing, or something else entirely. He sits down, legs crossed. The cedar comes out, the cracked bowl beside it. He begins to tune. Strings stretch and sing, adjusting to the air, the place, the moment. By the time his fingers find the first notes, 3 children have returned. One carries a basket of tamarind, another, a clay cup filled with something green and pulpy. The third just watches, wide-eyed and silent, his fingers curled tightly around a piece of string. He plays. The melody is simple today, unadorned, like sunlight on water, a song without ambition, just presence. More villagers appear. Some sit on woven mats, others lean from doorways, too polite to interrupt, but too intrigued to remain hidden. And slowly, a hush settles over them. No one claps, no one speaks. They just breathe. He plays for maybe 20 minutes, maybe an hour. Hard to say. Time isn't the point. When he finishes, the silence that follows feels kind, not expectant, not hollow, just soft. The village elder, a woman with silver hair tied back in a bright scarf, steps forward. She wears robes with faded embroidery, hands like riverstone strong, smooth and worn by service. She doesn't thank him, not in words. Instead, she offers him a place to stay, a hut with reed mats, a warm blanket, a meal of rice, lentils, and pickled plum. He accepts. That night, he coughs once, then again. His throat is raw, dry in a way that doesn't come from thirst. The elder brings him a bitter root boiled in honey and says nothing. But her eyes watch carefully. The next day, he plays again. The notes come slower. His breath feels heavier. But the village gathers anyway. Not because he is flawless, but because he is honest. His music doesn't ask to be admired. It simply is. Over the next 3 days, he notices something changing. The more he plays, the fewer notes he needs. The space between the sounds grows wider, deeper, and the villagers, they begin to fill that space. One child begins to drum on a hollow log with his fingers. Another hums, off-key but joyful. The elder claps once, then pauses, then claps again, finding rhythm where there was once only listening. And he realizes they are learning to hear the world with him, not from him. One evening, he finds himself unable to sing. The words catch. His throat tightens. A dry rasp replaces melody, but no one flinches. Instead, the boy with the string offers it to him. A single gesture. The musician takes it, ties it around his finger, smiles. He sets the cedar down and just listens to the breeze moving over the grass, to the frogs by the stream, to the way silence changes when it's shared. That night, he dreams of a vast bowl, held in the sky, cracked in many places, leaking stars. And the stars don't fall. They shine through the cracks. In the morning, the elder gives him a bundle of herbs and a cloth soaked in oil. She touches his throat. "You gave us your voice," she says. "Now let it rest." He stays one more day, walks the edge of the stream, watches a dragonfly land on the cracked bowl as it rests beside him. It doesn't drink, just sits, then lifts. Gone. The musician breathes in the sky, breathes out his attachment to sound, and when he departs the next morning, he does so without playing a single note. The villagers wave, but no one asks for one last song, because they've already learned the melody. It lives in the pauses now, in the spaces between the ripples, in the bowl, and in the boy with the string who watches him vanish into the trees, still humming. The forest receives him like an old friend, though it makes no promises. He follows a path that doesn't really exist, just a slight bending of grass, a suggestion in the shadows. Trees lean overhead, whispering secrets too old for words. The cracked bowl bumps gently against his hip. The boy's string still circles his finger. He hums, not loudly, just enough to remember that breath makes sound, and sound can soothe. By midday, the forest opens into a clearing, and they're half swallowed by ivy. Framed by 2 leaning trees is a rope bridge, frayed, weathered, a few planks missing. It stretches across a river wide and slow, its surface catching sunlight like 1,000 blinking eyes. The musician stops, waits, not out of fear, just respect. Some crossings are not about haste. He kneels, sips water from his flask, places a hand on the first rope. It holds, but only just. And just as he lifts one foot onto the bridge, a voice calls out, too heavy. He turns. A child stands at the edge of the trees, small, bald. in maroon robes tied loosely around thin shoulders, a monk, or nearly one, no more than 9 years old. The child steps forward, barefoot, calm. If you're carrying more than you need, the child says, the bridge will know. The musician looks at the bowl, the cedar, the bundle of herbs, the string, then at the child. I have no name. He says, neither do I. The child answers, we're even. He smiles. Together. They kneel at the bridge's edge. What do you think I should leave behind? The man asks, half playful, half serious. The child shrugs. Depends. What still owns you? He pauses. The cedar. For the first time in weeks, he wonders, is he still carrying it or clinging? He lays it down gently beside the bridge. The bowl, next. No hesitation this time. Just reverence. Then the bundle of herbs. He keeps only the string. The child nods. You may cross. The bridge groans under his weight. Each step is deliberate. Each breath is a kind of release. He reaches the middle. Below. The river flows like melted silver. Smooth. Wide. Unbothered. He stops. Looks down. Something stirs not in the water, but in him. A question. What if he never plays again? What if the music was never his, but simply passed through him? And what if that's enough? He doesn't need an answer. He keeps walking. On the far side, the child is waiting. You left it all. I did, the man says. But you still brought the string. The man lifts his hand. It was a gift. And yet, the child says, pointing gently, you tied it like a knot. He chuckles, unties the string, lets it fall. The wind lifts it briefly, then carries it into the trees. The child nods. Better. They walk together now, under a sky growing dim. The light filters through trees like memory warm, broken, soft. Where are you going? The man asks. Same place as you, the child says. And where's that nowhere? The child smiles, but we'll know when we arrive. They stop at a small clearing, where a shrine made of stacked stones leans slightly, as if bowing to the earth. Incense coils beside a simple wooden bell, unmoving. The child sits. So does the man. They say nothing, but they are not silent. The sound of their breath, the crackle of leaves, a bird calling, then ceasing. The bell rings, not because it was struck, but because the wind shifts just enough. One clear note, rising, fading, then stillness. The man closes his eyes, and the stories return, not just his own. Others. The boy with the string. The potter who knew the value of cracks. The dervish who listened with tears. Even the dream of the stars leaking from the bowl of the sky. They are not gone. They have only changed shape. Can I ask you something? The man says. Eyes still closed. The child nods. Have I learned anything? The child tilts their head. You've forgotten enough. He laughs, surprised at the truth of it. Will I ever sing again? You never stopped. He smiles, lays back in the grass. Above them, the sky deepens to indigo. A star blinks on, then another. The child curls up beside him, like a comma in a sentence too long to finish. They fall asleep to the sound of nothing at all. And that is the lesson. Sometimes the last note is no note. Sometimes the crossing is enough. Dawn reveals itself in quiet golden strokes across the treetops. The musician wakes before the child does, not startled, not rushed, just the way a candle flame flickers to life before anyone notices. He lies still for a while, letting the breath come and go, the sky brighten, the air stir. The child is curled beside the moss-covered shrine, mouth slightly open, hands tucked under one cheek. For the first time in a long time, the musician feels no urgency, no road tugging at his heels, no melody pulling at his fingers, just the hush of a morning unburdened by needing to be more than what it is. He stands, stretches, finds a smooth stone, and places it gently beside the child, not as a message, not as a goodbye, just presence, proof of having shared a moment that doesn't need to be named. Then he walks. The forest thins by afternoon. What replaces it isn't a village or a desert, but something stranger. Nothing. Not emptiness like death, but space. A wide plateau, wind-scoured, scattered with flat stones and low, wind-warped shrubs. The kind of place where thoughts unravel gently, like thread sliding from the edge of a worn robe. And in the middle of this, nothing stands a figure. Back turned, motionless. As the musician approaches, he sees it's a woman, elderly, skin burnished by sun, her hair tied in dozens of tiny braids, each one ending in a bead or charm that clinks softly when the wind stirs. Before her is a circle of stones. Inside it, ash, charred wood, a blackened pot, and 3 polished bones laid out like a constellation. She does not turn when he nears, but she speaks. Your voice is too quiet. He tilts his head. Is that a problem? No, she says. It's just rare. He steps into the circle without asking. Sits. The bones gleam like river rocks. Old, worn smooth not by violence, but by time and reverence. You sing no more, she asks. Perhaps I never did, he answers. She nods. Then with slow fingers, she lifts one of the bones, places it into the pot, then another, then the third. They sit in silence as the wind sings around them. Then she hums. It's not melody. It's not rhythm. It's something older. A sound that might be a question, or a beginning, or the world remembering itself. He listens, watches, and when she finishes, she looks at him for the first time. Sing back, she says. He touches his throat. I cannot. Try. And so he does. Not with voice, not with song, but with breath. A slow inhale, a slower release. She smiles. There it is. What the sutra? He blinks. She gestures to the air. It's never words, never notes. It's what moves through you when you stop trying to hold it. He leans forward. But I forget everything. She shrugs. Then your bowl is always empty. They sit for hours, maybe days, talking without speaking, sharing without offering. The bones in the pot never move, but the space around them deepens, like a story being written by absence. One night, she builds a fire. He sits across from it, watches the flames curl upward in loose spirals, and as they dance, he hears it his own song, but not played by him, played into him. A melody he's carried all along, but now, for the first time, it sings back. He lifts a stick, draws a curved line into the dirt, then another, then a swirl, and she nods. Now you remember. The next morning, she is gone. No sign of her. No beads, no fire. Only the bones, arranged in the exact shape of the sutra's breath. He stands, draws a circle around them, and leaves. The wind carries something behind him like a farewell, or maybe the next verse. He walks for 3 days without speaking, not out of silence, but because there is no need. He arrives at a hill, atop it a single tree, wide and leaning. Beneath it a man, young, dressed simply, no possessions, just 2 eyes that hold the sky. The musician sits beside him. The man nods, says, "Long way." The musician replies, "Still going," and the young man smiles. They sit together. The musician removes the cracked bowl from his satchel, places it in the sun, catches the light, and the cracks glow. "I thought it was broken," he says. "It is," the young man answers. And yet it holds what it's meant to. He touches the bowl lightly, then gestures toward the valley below. You hear that. The musician listens. Birds, wind, a stream, children, and faintly music, but not from a cedar, from within. He closes his eyes, hears the sutra again, but this time there are no words, no verses to remember, only breath, and in the stillness, he smiles. The wind in the valley below rises gently, like a curtain parting for a final act that never needs to end. The musician remains seated beneath the lone tree. The young man beside him hums a line of melody, simple, formless. It doesn't ask to be remembered, I think. The musician begins, "I've been carrying a song I never wrote." The young man nods, plucking a blade of grass, and the song's been carrying you. Below them, the fields ripple in slow waves. A child's laughter lifts into the wind. The scent of wood smoke spirals faintly upward, carrying something between memory and incense. The musician reaches into his satchel. The cedar is gone. He forgot that he left it behind, and for the first time, that loss feels less like absence and more like clarity. "I used to believe the notes mattered most," he says softly. And now, he looks at the cracked bowl beside him, light blooming along its fractures. Now, I think it was always the silence between them. They sit until the shadows stretch like brush strokes across the earth. The young man stands, dusts off his robe, and begins walking down the hill without a word. No goodbye. The musician watches him go, then closes his eyes and breathes. One breath, full, quiet, complete. He sleeps that night under the same tree. No fire, no blanket, only the stars above, blinking like tiny temples of light. In his dreams, the village returns, the nameless town, the old dervish, the blind potter, the boy with the string, the child monk, even the woman who boiled bones and taught him how to sing without sound. They do not speak, but they are not silent either. They stand around him, each at the edge of his vision, and as one, they bow, not to him, to the stillness within him. He wakes before dawn. The sky is soft with lavender in the hush of beginning. He picks up the cracked bowl, holds it in both hands, and exhales. It is not empty. Not anymore. It holds everything that cannot be said. He begins to walk again, not because he is searching, but because walking is what wind does when it takes form. The landscape changes rock, grass, dust, bloom, each step a brushstroke on a canvas that never ends. One day, he reaches the edge of the sea. It waits, wide and without demand. He sits in the sand and watches the horizon. Seagulls float like unspoken thoughts. Foam curls around his ankles. And finally, when the sun hovers low and golden, he sings. Not loudly, not even with words, just breath turned into sound, like fog lifting, like grief exhaling, like joy without volume. The sutra, at last, finds its voice, not through his throat, but through his being. The sound doesn't travel far. It doesn't need to. It returns to silence like a wave returning to sea. And in the stillness that follows, he smiles. He rests. He disappears, not into death, but into the space between the notes. That final pause, the sacred one, the one that sings. And now, dear listener, let it all slow down. Feel the breath as it moves softly in and even softer out. Notice how your body, like our wandering musician, carries only what it truly needs. Nothing more. No need to hold the past tonight. No need to name every thought, fix every feeling, or play every note. Just as he walked through desert, forest, village, and dream, you've traveled too through sound, through stillness, through story. The bowl with cracks held not tea, not coins, not answers, but space. And space, as the potter said, is what makes it useful. So too with you. Whatever you think is broken may simply be the place the light shines through. You are allowed to forget. You are allowed to rest. You are allowed to carry the sutra in your chest without knowing the words. Let the lessons float like incense smoke. Not something to hold on to, just something to breathe. And if silence finds you now, know that it comes not to punish, but to invite. Invite sleep. Invite healing. Invite the peace that lives not in answers, but in the quiet acceptance of what is. The musician did not end his song. He became it, and so can you. So now, let your body become still. Let your breath deepen. Let this last image soften. A bowl, cracked, empty, glowing, whole. Everything is here. Everything is already enough. Next, we journey to a quiet valley tucked beneath the arms of an ancient mountain where mists roll in like silk, and the air carries the scent of damp stone and pine. Somewhere along a narrow, winding path, that no tourist would ever find. A man stands with his hammer and chisel in hand. He is not a monk. He is not a king. He is simply a stonecutter, one who chips away at the mountain's edge not only for a living, but, unbeknownst to him, for a truth he hasn't yet named. The tools are simple, the stone is silent, but what unfolds between them is far from ordinary, because tonight, this man's journey isn't upward through the mountain's trails, but inward, through the steep ridges of ego, desire, comparison, and illusion. The valley does not rush. It stretches its arms wide and breathes slow. You can almost feel the mountain watching, not judging, not speaking, just being. That's how our stonecutter lives too. His name is known to no one beyond the village, and even there, he's mostly called the quiet one with dust in his beard. Every morning, he carries his lunch in a small cloth and heads toward the quarry as if returning to a temple. The tools don't change, the stones don't change, but the man, he will. He begins, as always, by finding a block of granite near the base of the cliff. With practiced hands, he kneels, runs his fingers over the surface, and breathes with it. Yes, breathes, not in some fancy ceremonial way, but in the natural rhythm of someone whose lungs have learned to move with silence. With a steady exhale, he lifts the hammer. Tap, tap, tap. Echoes stretch across the valley like the gentle pacing of thought. Sometimes he feels as if the rock speaks back not in words, but in vibrations that climb up the chisel and into his palm. He doesn't question it. He just listens. But lately something has stirred inside him. It's faint, but persistent, a flicker of yearning, a whisper. Is this all there is? This morning, he watched a nobleman ride through the village on a tall white horse. Silken robes, guards, power, people bowing like reeds in the wind, and our stonecutter, with dust on his boots and no title to his name, felt something inside him twist, not quite anger, not quite longing, just a sharp awareness that there was more to the world than chisels and cliffs. And so begins a different kind of carving, the shaping not of rock, but of self. The thought stays with you long after the nobleman's horse disappears down the road. It trails you through the day like smoke from a distant fire, subtle yet insistent. As you strike stone, as you carry slabs in your worn hands, you feel the edge of that yearning not to be powerful, necessarily, but to be seen. To be more than someone who moves silently among stones. You return home that evening, muscles sore, hands stiff, the same way you have every night for years. But tonight, the routine feels insufficient. The same bowl of soup, the same sandals by the door, the same silent stretching between candle and sleep. In the stillness of your small room, something begins to take root. I wish I were more than this, you think. And somewhere in the folds of your mind, a space you've never stepped into before, that wish flickers like a match. The next morning, you wake not to the usual heaviness of routine, but to a strange lightness in your body. The air feels different. Your limbs feel stronger. Your footsteps heavier, more confident. You walk to the river and notice villagers bowing to you. strange. Then you see it. Your robes are no longer the dusty grays of a stonecutter. They shimmer. Gold threads. Fine embroidery. Your sandals are polished leather. Your wrists heavy with bangles. You're no longer carrying tools, you're being followed by servants who walk in quiet formation. You're the nobleman now. You didn't ask for it. It simply happened. And so you begin your day as someone new. You don't chisel. You don't carry. You command. People nod quickly when you speak. They scatter when you frown. Your words ripple outward like commands on wind. And at first, it feels good. Better than good. Justified. You eat what you want, when you want. The village tailor stitches new robes for you by candlelight. Children bow when they see you coming. But then comes the heat. It is summer. The sun burns white hot overhead, and even under silk and shade, you sweat. The servants complain softly under their breath. The children stop bowing. The villagers stop smiling. They look to the sky, shielding their eyes from the sun's blaze. You too look up, and suddenly it occurs to you, even kings must bow to the sun. And so the thought returns, a craving, sharper than before. If I were the sun, you murmur to yourself, I would need no bowing, no crown. I would simply shine, as if summoned by desire. The shift begins again. You feel your body dissolve not in pain, but in brightness. Your limbs stretch until they are rays. Your mouth becomes light. You rise from the earth and become the sun. It's not a metaphor. You are actually the sun now. You burn high in the sky, massive and golden and alone. Everything that lives turns toward you. And for a moment, just a moment, it feels perfect. You warm fields. You awaken flowers. You gleam off the rivers and heat the backs of pilgrims trekking toward far temples. You are needed, unavoidable, worshipped. But your joy is short-lived, because as you scorch, you also destroy. Too close, and you blister crops. Too long, and rivers dry. People look up, not in reverence but in desperation. Eyes squint, mouths mutter, prayers turn into curses. You feel your heat become a burden. You try to soften, to dim, but the sun does not dim. It only burns. You try to retreat, but the sky offers no shadows. And just like that, a new thought forms. If even the sun causes suffering, perhaps there is something stronger. Clouds, those soft drifting things you once ignored, now float beneath you, reshaping the world below. They block your heat, your rays. They offer comfort where you bring fire. People rejoice when clouds come. They lift their faces in gratitude. So once more, you wish, and once more, you become. You are now the cloud, cool, silent, free. You drift across valleys and mountains, shading the thirsty, misting the forests. You travel without effort. A single breeze carries you across borders. You pass over temples and farms, casting shadow and light alike. It is blissful, but with freedom comes uncertainty. For you soon discover you don't move. Yourself, the wind does. You have no control. One moment, you're over a sunlit field. The next, you're pulled into a storm. You stretch and scatter and reform, no longer whole. Rain falls when the wind says it's time. You weep over hills you've never seen. And still, you're carried on. You feel light, and yet empty, powerless. And so it happens again. Another craving, cloaked in the language of logic. If clouds are pushed by wind, then wind must be strongest. You want that power, the unseen force behind all things. So you become the wind, invisible, everywhere. You whisper through bamboo forests. You roar through canyons. You lift birds into flight. Flags flap. Trees bend. People duck their heads. You are presence without form. It is intoxicating, but even the wind has its match. You find it one day when you rush through a valley and meet something that does not move. A stone, a simple, unmoving rock that stands firm as you push against it. You howl, you shriek, you storm, and yet it remains, not defiant, just still. And so, in one final twist, you wish not to be what moves, but what cannot be moved, and you become the stone. At last, silence. You rest in your own weight. The wind passes. The sun scorches. The clouds weep. The kings come and go. You endure. But then, in the distance, tap, tap, tap. The sound reaches you, faint, rhythmic. And before you even understand, something sharp enters your body. A chisel, a hand, a man, the stone cutter, chiseling you. You are the stone now. You thought you had reached the peak of power, the final transformation. Solid, unmoving, impervious. But here you are, being chipped at by a man whose face glistens with sweat, whose grip is firm, whose presence makes the wind seem soft. He kneels beside you, not reverently, but with calm focus. The chisel pierces you again. You feel the pressure, the split, the echo deep within your mass. Each blow reverberates with something deeper than pain, a kind of knowing. Because in this strange loop of becoming, you now see this man has been the only constant. He was there before you envied the king. He was there when you scorched the land. He was there beneath the clouds, quiet beneath your drifting shadow. He was there when you tried to push mountains as wind. And now he is here again, chipping away at the surface you once thought invincible. And suddenly, something shifts. Not in form, but in awareness. You see him now, not as someone beneath you, but as someone returning you to something essential. Something small, plain, and startlingly peaceful. He hums softly as he works. Not a melody, just a rhythm, like the valley's breath, like water trickling down mossy rock. You realize he isn't trying to break you. He's shaping you, piece by piece. He's revealing something hidden within you. And then, slowly, you are no longer stone. You open your eyes. You have hands again, feet, a back sore from kneeling. You are the stone cutter, the same man as before, but not the same mind. You stagger a little, the way one does after a long, deep sleep. Everything around you is familiar, the path leading from the village, the old quarry, the heavy mallet beside your foot. But you feel as though you've been across the entire sky. And in a way, you have. You laugh. Not loudly, just a quiet breath of recognition. The wind moves the trees above. The sun peeks from behind a cloud somewhere far off. A bell rings in the temple tower. But here, now, you are still. And for the first time since the nobleman rode past weeks ago, you do not wish to be anything else. You sit down beside the slab of rock you were working on before your strange dream. Or was it more than dream? The stone is half-shaped, a flat surface emerging from jagged curves. You run your hand across it, noting the small grains. There's a crack near the edge. You'll need to go around that. Doesn't bother you. There's no hurry. You pick up the chisel, not as a warrior, with a sword. Not as a king might grasp a scepter, but as an old friend. You begin again. Tap, tap, tap. This time, you notice the way your breath matches the rhythm. You hear the birds, the bees, the distant sound of laughter from the village. The mountain doesn't seem so far away anymore. In fact, it feels like it's leaning in a little, listening. And then a voice behind you says, "Morning, stonecutter." You turn and see the monk. You've seen him before, usually passing through in silence. He carries a begging bowl and a thin mat rolled over his shoulder. But this time, he stops, watching you for a moment. Then he sits nearby without asking. You keep working, but he doesn't interrupt. Eventually, you speak, "Ever wish to be someone else?" The monk smiles, not as someone amused, but as someone who's heard this question carved in every wall of every temple. "I used to," he replies, "until I realized I couldn't even be myself properly." You both sit in silence after that. No need to untangle the words. They sit there, like stones, smooth and heavy. After a while, he leans forward. "You know," he says. Stone remembers. You nod, because you do know. And so the monk pulls a small cup from his robes, scoops some water from a nearby stream, and pours it slowly onto a moss-covered rock. You watch as the droplets trail along the stone's surface, each carving an invisible path. You think of your own hands, your own thoughts, your years with the chisel, and suddenly you wonder, have I been carving stone all this time? Or has it been carving me? The monk stands, stretches, and bows, not low, not formally. Just a soft nod that lands between friendship and farewell. You're closer than you think, he says, to what he shrugs. The part of you that doesn't need to become anything else. And then he walks away, his sandals leaving no mark. You return to your stone. The sun has moved an inch. Tap, tap, tap. Days pass, and your work continues not out of necessity, but as a quiet devotion. You no longer approach the stone with the ambition to conquer it. Now you listen. You trace its cracks with your thumb, learning where it wants to break, where it prefers to bend. You don't force your will upon it. You cooperate, co-create. One morning, as dew still lingers on the leaves and the sun sits soft behind a veil of morning fog, you wake with an unusual feeling, not heavy, not restless, but spacious. Your dreams have been quiet. No more kings, clouds, or winds. just silence. And within that silence, a stillness that seems to breathe on its own. Instead of heading to the quarry, you follow the river upstream. Not far, maybe an hour's walk. It's a path you've taken before to gather moss for sharpening stones or cool your feet in summer. But today, you walk without a goal. The river chatters beside you, water against stone, a familiar sound. Now, somehow more intimate. You pause at a clearing where the water cascades down a short ledge into a natural pool. You sit there for a while, watching droplets tumble, scatter, rejoin. The rock at the edge has been carved over centuries by that persistent fall of water, not by force, not by ego, just repetition, just consistency. 1,000 tiny touches changing something immovable into something smooth. It hits you then gently, but unmistakably. This is karma, not punishment, not reward, not cosmic bookkeeping, just cause and effect, just water and stone, just you and your choices. You recall the monk's words stone remembers. So does water. Each ripple, each drop is a decision made long ago. You lean down, cup your hands, and scoop a little of the river into your palms. It's cold. It smells of iron and root. And for no particular reason, you whisper, "Thank you." You don't know if it's to the river, or the stone, or the strange chain of desires that once led you to imagine yourself as king, sun, cloud, wind, and rock. Maybe it's to all of it. Maybe it's just to yourself. You sit there until the sun climbs higher and the valley warms. When you return to the village, something feels lighter. You don't speak of your walk. No one asks, but the clarity stays with you, tucked in your chest like a pebble in a monk's robe. The next day, while working the stone, you find yourself humming. It's a tune with no name, one of those melodies that doesn't begin or end, just loops like a breeze. And as you hum, a child appears. He's maybe 9 or 10, arms thin, clothes too big for him. You've seen him lingering near the quarry before, tossing pebbles or following dragonflies. Today, he walks right up to you. "What are you making?" he asks. You look at the slab. Truth is, you don't know. A step, you say finally, like for a staircase. You shrug, maybe, or a bench, or the foundation for something no one's imagined yet. He nods, satisfied, then sits cross-legged beside you, watching. After a while, he speaks again. "Doesn't it hurt your hands?" You hold them up, calloused, cracked, weathered, but they don't hurt, not anymore. "They're just hands," you say. He thinks on that, then smiles. "Can I try?" You hand him a smaller mallet, not sharp, not heavy. You guide his grip, adjust his stance. He's awkward, but attentive. He strikes once, and the sound rings too loud. A little sharp, but honest. You don't correct him. You let him listen. After a few more tries, he sighs. "This is hard." You nod. That's how you know it's worth something. He grins and tries again. In this simple exchange, you sense something beyond words. A ripple in the river of karma, not yours alone, but shared. This is how change happens, not through becoming powerful, but by letting go of the need to be by offering your presence, your steadiness, your hands, your breath, and slowly, the child begins to learn not how to strike, but how to listen to the stone, to the silence between taps, to the mountain that speaks in echoes. When his mother calls him home for lunch, he hands back the mallet with 2 hands and a bow you never taught him. You smile, and when he disappears over the hill, you realize you've just taught your first lesson without trying to teach anything at all. The wind picks up slightly, carrying the scent of warm earth and pine. Tap, tap, tap. The stone breathes with you again. The seasons turn gently, like the pages of a sutra left open beneath candlelight. Spring's green gives way to the golden hush of summer, then the curling edges of autumn. You do not mark the time with calendars anymore. Instead, you mark it in stone. Each step, bench, or boundary wall you shape feels less like a task and more like a meditation. Sometimes you realize you've been chiseling for hours without a single thought, only breath, muscle, rhythm, no audience, no praise, and strangely, no craving for either. And then one day, something shifts not outside, but within. You're in the quarry, choosing your next piece. It's late afternoon, shadows stretching like lazy cats across the stone faces. You spot a block that seems wrong. Not flawed, exactly just unsettled. The grain doesn't flow right. The cracks run unpredictable. It's heavy, but hollow in spirit. You pause. You used to ignore this feeling, push past it, prove yourself against the challenge. But today, you simply bow your head and walk on. You choose a smaller piece instead, rounded, less dramatic, almost unremarkable. And somehow, it fits perfectly beneath your hands. This is new wisdom, not in how much you can do, but in what you don't choose to do. You feel it in your chest space, the absence of striving. That night, as you rinse dust from your hands in the village stream, you see your reflection wavering on the water's surface, older, softer around the eyes. You reach to touch it, then pause. Your fingers ripple the image, and you smile. The next day, the monk returns, not walking this time, but seated on a low boulder at the edge of the quarry, sipping tea from a wooden cup. You hadn't seen him arrive? Do you know the story, he asks, of the droplet and the stone? You shake your head. He pats the boulder. Sit. You do. He speaks softly, like someone placing words on the surface of water. A droplet of water once asked the Buddha, "How can I ever make a difference in this vast, unyielding world?" The Buddha pointed to a stone that had been hollowed over centuries. He said, "The droplet never tried to change the world. It simply fell, again and again, in the same place, with the same patience. You look down at your hands. They chipped away at me too," you murmur. The monk laughs gently. They tend to do that. You both sit in silence. You begin to understand something deeply, bodily. All this time, you thought awakening would feel like lightning, like wind sweeping through trees, like the sun blazing through the fog. But now you realize it feels like stillness, like breath, like sitting beside someone who says nothing, and yet everything shifts. When he leaves again, the monk offers no blessing, no koan, no farewell. He only taps your shoulder once, like a master reminding a student the lesson was never in the words. That evening, you walk the path home slower than usual. You notice every sound: cicadas weaving their rasp through air, frogs punctuating the dusk, your own footsteps stirring dust. And then you hear it, not with your ears, but inside, like a memory from long ago. The same tap, 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 echoing back, but not from your hand, from the world. Everything is chiseling away at everything else, gently, persistently. You lie down that night, not with exhaustion, but with peace. Sleep doesn't come. It arrives like a familiar visitor you no longer wait for, no longer need to beg. In the dream that follows, you're standing on the mountain again, but this time, you're not wishing to be anything else. You simply breathe. The valley hums, and you remember before the mountain speaks. It listens. Dawn glows softly along the ridges when you wake, not to the call of duty, but to the call of light. There is no urgency anymore, only rhythm, like the wind moving through pine, or the river rounding another bend. You dress slowly, brush the dust from your sleeves, and step outside with bare feet into dew-cooled grass. This morning, instead of heading straight for the quarry, you take the long way. Through the grove behind your cottage, where the light drips like honey between branches, you pass an old cedar whose bark you've traced 100 times without really seeing it. Now you see everything: the spiderweb stitched from twig to root, the moss blooming in shade, the beetle paused mid-step as though in meditation. You understand. Without thinking, all of it is carving something. Even silence leaves shape. Eventually, the path brings you back to stone. But today, you're not working on someone's order. No foundation, no boundary, no stair, just a slab you kept tucked at the quarry's edge for months, untouched, unclaimed. You place your palm on it. It's cold, but not indifferent, just waiting. You've decided to shape something for no reason at all, not for trade, not for approval, just to see what emerges when you stop trying to impress the world. With no design in mind, you begin, not with force, but attention. Each strike is a question. Each flake that falls is an answer. You lose track of time. The sun moves across the sky unnoticed. A bird calls. Wind stirs the dust around your feet. Still you carve, not fast, not obsessively, just fully present. And what begins to appear isn't ornate. It's not grand, or complex, or spiritual in the obvious sense. It's a bowl, simple, round, hollow. But as the walls smooth beneath your fingers, a thought rises. This is what I've become. Not the bowl itself, but the emptiness within it. You once longed to be filled with power, strength, light, freedom, permanence. Now, you value space. Space for water, space for breath, space for what others might place into this vessel after you're gone. You understand now why the monk never hurried, why he said so little. why he listened more than he spoke, because nothing rushes that matters. When the bowl is done, you leave it at the edge of the quarry. No name carved into it, no sign to explain its purpose. Just there, open. Later, you hear that someone found it and brought it to the temple. They filled it with fresh lotus petals every morning, sometimes water, sometimes coins, sometimes rice for birds. The bowl became whatever the world needed that day, and still, you don't claim it. You're already full in another way. That evening, as you clean your tools, a voice behind you says, "Still carving?" It's the boy, the same one who struck the stone awkwardly months ago. But now he holds a small mallet of his own, scuffed, but cared for. You nod. Always, he sets his mallet beside yours. "I made something," he says. From the folds of his robe, he unwraps a little stone shape, a turtle, lopsided. Its shell cracked slightly from too much pressure. "It's terrible," he adds, half laughing. You turn it over in your hands. Feel the weight, the honesty. "It's perfect," you say, and you mean it, because it is his. Not copied, not borrowed, just his. You don't offer tips or corrections. You just let him see your eyes, and that's enough. He sits beside you, and together you watch the evening gather in the valley. The sky turns the color of wet slate, and a few early stars peek through. You tell him a story, not about kings or clouds or wind, about the bowl, about what it means to leave space. And he listens, not just with ears, but with something deeper. You can tell. By the time he leaves, he's holding the turtle a little differently, not clutching, not hiding, just carrying, gently, like an offering. When night falls, you sit by the fire, alone, but not lonely. You think of the bowl again, not the shape, but the emptiness. And for the first time, you wonder, what if the purpose of this life isn't to become anything, but to make space for everything? You smile, and sleep finds you soft, unasked. Welcome. There's a certain clarity that comes when you no longer seek to be anything but present. The days now unfold, not with routine, but with invitation. You still wake early. You still walk the path to the quarry. You still carry your tools, but every movement is slower, quieter, not sluggish, but intentional, like the way a candle leans into darkness without fear. This morning, though, something different stirs in the air. You notice it as soon as you open your door. The sky is overcast, not heavy, just hushed. The wind hums low. It's the kind of day where even the birds seem to speak in whispers. You gather your chisel, sling your mallet over your shoulder, and walk the winding way toward the monastery instead of the quarry. They've asked for help not to carve a statue or build a wall, but to shape the new meditation path that curves through the outer gardens. It's not much just placing stepping stones along a gravel trail, but something about it feels sacred. You arrive to find a few monks already there, spreading soil, adjusting lanterns, pruning branches. They nod as you approach, offering small bows, no words. You return the gesture. You begin by kneeling near the edge of the trail, where the first stone should be set. You run your hand through the earth. Still cool? Damp, but workable? Then you reach for the first slab light gray, flecked with pale green lichen, and place it into the soft earth. A perfect fit. The process continues stone after stone. No two alike. Some larger, some nearly round, some oddly curved. You don't force them into symmetry. You listen to the shape of the path. It guides you more than you guide it. As you work, a monk approaches and kneels beside you. She's older than most, with a gaze that seems to hold both dawn and dusk at once. She doesn't speak for a long while. Eventually, she says, "You've shaped much in your life." You pause. "More than I expected to." She watches your hands press soil around a new stone. "And how much has shaped you?" You chuckle quietly. "All of it." She nods, satisfied. Then you understand the real work, and then she stands and leaves. That was it. No sermon, no story, just that. You watch her walk back toward the temple's gate, her sandals brushing against fallen cherry blossoms. You glance down at the stone beneath your fingers. It's nestled into the path like it's always belonged there, like it grew there. You finish placing the last of the stones just as the sky begins to clear. A single shaft of sunlight pierces through the clouds, landing on the trail like a quiet blessing. You brush your palms together, stand, and bow toward the temple, not as a ritual, just as a thank you. On your way back through the village, you pass an old man seated beneath the banyan tree at the edge of the market. He's carving something small, maybe a flute or a spindle. His fingers tremble slightly, but they move with memory. You stop to watch. He looks up and grins, still shaping rocks. You nod, still being shaped by them, too. He laughs, "Aren't we all?" Then he returns to his whittling, and you continue walking. At home, you sit beside your workbench and open your palm. There's a stone inside, smooth, oval, river-worn. You found it on the path near the temple and carried it without knowing why. Now you place it on the table and simply look. It's unremarkable, really. But as the late sun catches its surface, you notice faint lines, subtle swirls, a quiet complexity that only reveals itself when you stop trying to make it into something. You leave it there, uncut, unclaimed. That evening, you light a single candle and sit by your window, watching the sky fade from gold to violet. You remember the boy with his stone turtle, the monk pouring water on granite, the bowl left behind. Each one taught you something not through instruction, but through invitation. The lesson is never shouted. It waits in the breath between strikes, in the pause before you reach for the next tool, in the moment when you ask not what you can become, but what you can let go of. And tonight, you let go of the need to be wise. You let go of the need to finish anything. You just sit. The candle flickers, the air cools, and all around you, the world continues shaping itself effortlessly, quietly, without ego, just like you. The first frost arrives silently, You wake to a world outlined in silver rooftops glinting, grasses stiff with cold, stones beaded with ice like crystal offerings. Your breath fogs as you exhale, and the air carries a kind of hush that only winter can bring. It's not a dead silence, more like a stillness that's holding something deep beneath its surface. You pull on an extra layer, wrap your scarf, and step out. The sky is pale, and the wind holds no malice, just a gentle nudge to stay aware. Today, you're not heading to the quarry, nor to the temple. You're going deeper into the valley, to a place few visit. In this season, a stone shrine tucked beneath a cliffside, surrounded by crooked pine and wind-bent bamboo. The shrine has no name, no statue, no offerings, just a flat stone slab, smoothed by weather and time, sheltered by an overhang of earth and root. You've been here only once, years ago, led by a traveling nun who said it was a place the mountain dreams with. You understand what she meant now. As you arrive, you remove your boots and kneel. The stone is ice cold beneath your knees. You don't mind. You place your hands on the altar stone not to pray, but to listen. At first, there's only the creak of trees, the occasional groan of wind slipping through narrow branches. But then something subtler arrives, a sense, a presence, not external, but internal. The stone beneath your palms holds memory. You can feel it, not like words or visions, but like weight, like knowing. You think of the countless winters it has endured, the snows, the storms, the summers that cracked its surface and the rains that smoothed it again, and yet it remains. You close your eyes and breathe. Here, away from every role, stonecutter, teacher, student, man, you are just presence. There's nothing to fix, nothing to earn, nothing to prove. You realize you've spent your entire life chiseling away at rock, at ego, at illusion, and now, in the cold, beneath the mountain's breath, you see what's left is not emptiness. It's readiness, readiness to receive, like a field after harvest, like a bowl before rice, like silence before sound. You don't speak, you don't need to. After a long while, you stand. Your legs ache a bit, but even that feels right. You bow not to a deity, not to a symbol, but to the patience of stone. As you walk back through the thinning trees, snow begins to fall soft, slow, like ash from a sacred fire. Each flake lands with purpose. You extend your hand and catch one on your palm. For a brief moment, it glistens a tiny mandala of ice and then disappears. Gone. You smile. That's all it needed to do. When you return to the village, the rooftops are dusted white. The children are already out, laughing, running, catching snowflakes on their tongues. You pause to watch them. One small girl runs up and holds out a stone toward you. It's been painted a clumsy swirl of red and gold. "I made it for you," she says shyly. You take it with both hands. "It's beautiful," you say. "It's just a rock." She shrugs. You crouch to her level. Then it's the kind of rock that holds warmth even in winter. She beams, not fully understanding, but feeling the kindness. Later, you place the painted stone on your windowsill. The snow continues to fall, but the light inside your home is warm. amber, alive. You sip tea in silence, watching the flakes blur the world into softness. And suddenly, you remember something the old monk once said. Long ago, peace doesn't come when the world stops changing. It comes when you stop resisting the change. Outside, nothing holds still. Trees bend, snow piles, shadows shift, but inside, you're motionless and deeply awake. Tap, 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 somewhere in the back of your mind. The sound continues, not of hammer on stone, but of a lesson returning, again and again, carving the heart into something that can finally hold the silence. The snow lingers for weeks, not heavy enough to trap the village, but steady enough to hush the world into reverence. Paths are softened. The river speaks more quietly beneath its skin of ice. Even the animals step lighter, as if the valley itself has asked for silence. You spend your mornings clearing walkways, not because anyone asks, but because it's a kindness. The broom in your hand feels like an extension of your breath. Sweep, pause, sweep, pause. A rhythm of presence, a meditation without cushion or chant. And in the afternoons, you walk, not far, just where your feet take you. The old road behind the monastery, the hill where the temple bell sleeps, the small footbridge that crosses the frozen stream. Each place greets you like an old friend, familiar, changed, forgiving. One day, while walking the western path that skirts the edge of the forest, you spot something unusual, a single boot print in the snow. Not recent, the edges have softened, but still visible. It leads off the trail, into a cluster of trees. You hesitate, then follow. The trail winds deeper until it opens into a clearing you've never noticed before. In the center sits a man, cross-legged, silent. He's wrapped in layers, back straight, eyes half-lidded, not quite asleep, not quite alert. You recognize something in his posture, steadiness without tension. The kind of presence that takes years to forget how to fake and longer to truly earn. You do not speak. You sit beside him, not too close. The snow beneath you creaks but does not protest. For what feels like an hour, maybe more, you both sit. No words, just breath, just the sound of the world breathing too. Eventually, he turns his head, just slightly. You're the one who left the bowl. It's not a question. You nod. He smiles faintly. They use it for tea now, in the evenings. Even the abbot forgets who made it. You smile too. Good. He looks back toward the forest. Strange. Isn't it? How the things we forget keep teaching without us. You consider that. A leaf falls from a snow-laced branch. It twirls down and lands between you. He picks it up, turns it once in his fingers, and sets it back on the snow. Tell me, he asks, what do you do now? Without all the wanton, you pause. I sweep. You say, I walk. I teach. If someone asks, I listen to the mountain, and does it speak back? You look up at the cliffs beyond the trees, blue-gray stone softened by snow, barely distinct from cloud. Yes, you whisper, but only when I stop needing answers. He nods, satisfied. I used to think awakening would feel like thunder, he says, like something breaking open. You raise an eyebrow. And now I think it's more like this. He gestures at the snow. Quiet. Complete. Unconcerned. You nod. A crow calls from a high branch, breaking the spell. The man stands, bows lightly, and disappears into the trees, leaving no new prints behind. You sit for a while longer, watching your breath mist and fade. And when you finally rise, you realize something has shifted, not in the world, but in how you carry it. Before, every lesson was something you did. Now, it's something you are. You walk back toward the village, the snow crunching gently beneath your steps. That evening, as you light your small oil lamp, you notice the painted stone still resting on your windowsill. The red has faded a little. A chip has appeared near the edge. You do not fix it. You simply smile. It's perfect as it is. Later, you sit by the fire, a fresh cup of tea warming your palms. You think about that stranger in the forest, about how some people are like that, passing through your life with no name, no explanation, just a gentle nudge towards something deeper. You've met many like that. The boy with the turtle, the monk who emptied water over granite, the girl with the painted stone, each one carving you gently, like the river carves the cliff not all at once, but over time. You close your eyes, let go of the need to label, let go of the need to remember, let go. Outside, the snow keeps falling, and inside, you grow still again, not from exhaustion, from arrival. The first thaw comes quietly. One morning, you step outside and feel it just beneath the cold, just below the surface of things. The snow still clings to shaded rooftops and sleeps at the edge of stone walls. But something in the air has changed. The stillness has become expectant. The silence, softer. You walk your familiar route to the quarry, though not to work. The tools stay behind today. You're not sure why. Only that your hands feel more like receivers than shapers. On the way, you pause beside the stream. For months, it has been frozen, its voice muted beneath layers of ice. But now, water trickles through a narrow gap in the center, shy but persistent. You kneel beside it and listen. The sound is delicate, like a whisper returning after a long pause. You cup a hand beneath it and watch the water collect and fall again. Cool and alive. It reminds you nothing holds forever. Even stillness melts. At the quarry, the snow has receded in uneven patches. The stone faces are streaked with moisture, veins of green moss waking again. You place your palm against the wall and feel warmth, not heat, but presence. There's no need to cut today. Instead, you walk among the stone piles, noticing details you'd forgotten. A groove shaped like a wave, a chisel mark from years ago, softer now. A corner where a bird built a nest last spring. The quarry, too, has memory, and like you, it is learning to be more than useful. It is learning to be. A figure appears in the distance. The boy no longer quite a boy. Taller now, shoulders straighter. A little more quiet in his gaze. He's carrying something bundled in cloth. As he reaches you, he unwraps it, a stone lantern, hand-carved. The shape uneven, but intentional, the kind of imperfection that feels honest. He places it at your feet. I thought it should live here, he says. This place taught me how to make it. You nod. Then it belongs here? You both kneel and clear a space. Together, you place the lantern beside a path used by no one but birds and wind. It faces east, toward the rising sun. He steps back and asks, "Do you think it will light anything?" You smile. That's not its job. He frowns, confused. You pause, then say, "Its job is to be steady enough so that others know where they are." He lets the words settle. Then he bows not deeply, not formally, but with the weight of someone beginning to understand. You sit together for a while longer, watching clouds move like boats across the sky. Eventually, he leaves. You remain, not to wait, not to think, just to be. And in that moment, you understand something about your own journey, not the arc of transformation, but the soft landing after it. You are no longer chasing answers, no longer asking the stone to yield secrets. Now, you live in the space between questions. That night, you return home to find a note tucked beneath your door. It's from the temple. They've asked if you might visit soon to speak not about technique, but about patience, about process, about how to wait for stone to speak. You run your fingers across the paper, then fold it gently and set it beside your cup. You will go, but not with lectures, not with plans. You'll go as you are, a man shaped by stone, carved by silence, softened by time. You light the lantern at your window. Its glow is barely visible against the dusk, but that's enough. Its job is not to conquer the night, only to remain. The path to the temple winds upward. You know it well, each bend, each root pushing through the stone, each worn stair where sandals have passed for centuries. But today, it feels different. Not harder, not easier, just quieter inside you as your feet move forward. You walk without narration, without expectation. Just one step, then the next. The temple gate appears slowly, revealed by each breath of wind shifting the trees aside. Its wood is weathered, its hinges creak when touched, and its silence feels familiar, like returning to a house where you once whispered secrets to no one. A young monk greets you with tea and bows. He says little, gestures toward a low platform overlooking the inner garden. The others have already gathered 10, maybe 12, robed in gray, seated on straw mats, eyes lowered but attentive. They're not here for technique, they are here for presence. You sit, fold your legs, take a slow sip of the tea. They wait, and so you begin, not with words, but with your breath. You set the cup down, place your hands on your knees, and let the silence bloom. After a while, someone speaks. A novice, maybe 17. His voice shakes slightly. How do you know when a stone is ready to be shaped? You smile, not at him, but with him. You don't. You say, you learn how to listen, not how to decide. The monks glance at one another. You continue, voice soft but steady. When I was younger, I thought carving was about control, I struck harder, faster, thought that force revealed truth. But the more I struck, the more I missed. Until I realized the stone had its own pace, its own lines. My job wasn't to impose, but to accompany. Another monk raises her hand. She's older, perhaps nearing 50. Her robe is mended many times over. But how do you listen to stone? You look to the garden. A single breeze moves the bamboo. Leaves flicker. Shadows dance. You listen the way you listen to the wind. You say, by not needing it to speak in your language. They sit with that for a while. You don't explain further. You simply reach into your satchel and retrieve a small stone you've carried all morning. A palm-sized piece of river rock, smooth, veined, unremarkable. You pass it to the nearest monk. He turns it in his fingers, hands it to the next. It travels around the circle in silence. When it returns, you place it on the wooden platform between you. This stone has never been cut, you say, never been chiseled, and yet it's been shaped by time, by water, by chance. You pause, and still, it holds. The wind passes through the open wall again, stirring a chime that hasn't rung in hours. One of the monks begins to cry, not from sorrow, but something older, something uncarved finally giving way. No one comforts him. No one needs to. You continue. I've carved statues, steps, lanterns, bowls, but the most important thing I ever shaped was my need to become anything. They understand. You can see it in how their shoulders soften. Not all lessons land quickly. Some arrive months later, in a quiet moment under trees, or while rinsing rice, or placing a foot carefully on a forest path. But the seed is planted. Before you leave, they offer you a meal. You accept. The rice is plain, the broth warm. A single pickled plum rests in the center of your bowl. You eat slowly, as they do. No conversation, only chewing and breathing and gratitude. When the sun begins to dip, you bow and take your leave. They thank you. You say nothing. The mountain path home feels different on your return. Not shorter. Not longer, just wider somehow. Like something has opened inside you. You don't feel like a teacher. You don't feel like a student. You feel like a lantern. Unlit, perhaps, but steady. The days lengthen. Shadows stretch slower now. The valley swells with color. Spring returns not all at once, but gradually, as though the mountain itself is remembering how to breathe in blossoms. Plum trees dust the hills in pink. Bamboo unfurls with delicate defiance. Everywhere, small things insist on being seen again, and so do the villagers. They begin to visit more often, not in crowds, but in pairs, in quiet ones and twos. A father with his daughter, holding hands. A widowed woman, holding silence. An old merchant who once sold you boots, now walking with a cane. They come not to ask for carvings. They come for something less definable. Presence. One morning, the boy, the one who made the turtle, returns. He's older now, maybe 13, taller, more thoughtful. He brings with him a question. Will you teach me to carve again? You smile. I thought you were already carving. I was, he says, but I started rushing. I wanted to make something impressive, but everything just broke. You nod. You've broken many things that way? Then it's time to stop making, you say, and start noticing again. He blinks, noticing you hand him a new chisel, not sharp, worn smooth by years of calloused hands. Take it to the river, you say. Spend the day there. Don't carve anything. Just listen. The stone will tell you when it's ready. He frowns. What if it doesn't? You laugh gently. Then neither are you. He laughs too, unsure whether he's been given a task or riddle. But he goes. And that's enough. Later, you walk the old path past the temple. You pass under the cherry trees that bloom each year without apology. Petals fall around you like whispered reminders. Everything changes. Everything returns. Everything ends. You pause at the cemetery just beyond the temple wall. Small stone markers dot the hill, some leaning, some moss-covered, all enduring. One in particular catches your eye not because of its shape, but its quiet. You kneel and trace your fingers along the engraving. Faint, nearly gone. You don't know the name? You don't need to. You sit beside the grave a while, not in mourning, but in companionship. Whoever rests here was once shaped by the same winds, the same rain, the same hunger to be more, the same eventual peace. You whisper a phrase without knowing where it comes from. May your stone be smooth now. When you return home, the boy is waiting. He holds a stone in both hands oval, uncut, river polished. I didn't carve it, he says. You gesture for him to sit. Tell me about it. He looks at the stone as though it might answer for him. It reminded me of breathing, he says. Not deep breaths. Just the small ones that happen when you're not paying attention. You nod. And then I felt like carving would only interrupt that. You reach over and gently take the stone from his hands. It's warm. It holds a silence you recognize. You've already shaped something, you say. You're listening? He smiles wide, real, not proud, but awake. That night, you place the river stone beside the one the girl painted for you in winter. One raw, one touched by hands, both speaking the same thing quiet. You light your lantern, not for light, but for presence. You sit with a cup of tea and listen to the wind move through the eaves. The world outside is blossoming, and you stonecutter, not stonecutter, are neither behind nor ahead. You are here, and that, finally, is enough. The days now arrive like soft footfalls unannounced, unhurried, content to pass unnoticed. You no longer divide time by tasks. You measure it in sounds. The first bird call before sunrise. The hush between the temple bells echoes. The way wind brushes across stone as if smoothing wrinkles from an old friend's face. One morning, you awake before dawn, not from dreams, but from stillness. A different kind of silence sits in the air, not empty, just spacious. You wrap yourself in your robe and step out beneath the sky, still ink dark. No moon tonight, just a smattering of stars and the promise of morning pressing at the edges. You walk barefoot down the path to the edge of the quarry, not to work, just to be. And there, in the dim light, you find something unexpected. The boy kneeling. He's alone, wrapped in his own breath, eyes closed, his hands resting lightly on a stone. He doesn't notice you at first. You don't speak. You kneel beside him. Minutes pass, maybe hours. When he opens his eyes, he doesn't flinch. He just turns slightly and nods, as if to say, "I'm not carving today. I'm listening." You nod in return. A few heartbeats later, he speaks. "I think this one's almost ready." You look at the stone, jagged, veined. Not easy, but it holds something. Potential, or maybe just patience. You ask, "How can you tell?" He shrugs. It stopped pushing back. You both sit with that. Then, without ceremony, you rise and leave him there, not as a student, but as someone who has found the doorway. Later, as the sun warms the valley and villagers begin their daily rituals, you walk through the marketplace. Familiar faces greet you not with reverence, but with comfort, like a stone in the hand, worn, known, necessary. A woman calls to you from her stall. "You still working?" she asks. "Slicing bamboo shoots for soup?" You grin. "Sometimes." She chuckles. "We used to say, your hammer was louder than the bell." You touch your chest lightly. Now the bell's moved inside. She doesn't understand. Not fully. But she smiles anyway. A few stalls down, you spot the girl from the winter, the one who gave you the painted rock. She's grown, taller now, braids streaked with sun. She's carving a small figurine from wood, tongue between her teeth in concentration. She sees you and beams, holding it up. "It's a cat," she says proudly. "It looks like a potato with ears. It's perfect," you say, and mean it. She hands it to you. Now you have 3. You pause. 3. The turtle, the bowl, and now this. You hadn't thought of it like that, but she's right. 3 gifts, none asked for, all complete in their imperfection. You bow slightly. "Thank you." That evening, as clouds gather above the mountains and the air thickens with the scent of rain, you sit by the window with all 3 gifts before you. The turtle, the bowl, the cat. You run your fingers across their surfaces: wood, stone, paint. Each one a lesson. Each one a mirror. Each one unfinished. And that's what makes them whole. Rain begins to fall. You listen as it taps against your roof, against the windows, against the old tools still hanging by your door. You haven't used them in days, and yet you've never stopped shaping. Not stone, but space. Inside yourself, inside others. You pick up the turtle. Its lopsided shell fits perfectly in your palm. Still learning, you whisper. Not to it, to yourself, to the quiet part within you that now guides your hands, your thoughts, your days. The rain continues. You close your eyes. And for the first time in years, you don't need to finish anything. You are the shape you were meant to be. The river runs higher now, swollen with spring melt. Its waters rush with purpose, not chaotic, but full of intention. like a monk late for zazen. You walk beside it one morning, sandals in hand, your feet sinking into the soft mud along the bank. The stones here have shifted, rounded smoother, rearranged by time and current. You spot one that seems familiar, though you're sure you've never seen it before. It's a modest thing, almond-shaped, striated with pale pink lines. You pick it up, weigh it in your palm. It feels like the beginning of a thought, and suddenly, you realize you haven't picked up a stone in weeks. Not for carving, not for keeping. Just haven't. The hunger that once compelled you to shape every rough edge, every misfit boulder, has gone quiet. Not disappeared, just softened. Like snow receding into soil. You smile. You place the stone back where you found it. Let the river finish what it started. Back in the village, the temple has prepared a festival, not a grand one. No banners, no parades, just tea, dumplings, and worn mats set out beneath the trees. The monks invited you weeks ago. You weren't sure you'd attend, but today, your feet carry you there before your mind has a say in it. At the temple gate, children giggle and chase each other with paper fans. One of them, the girl with the painted stone, spots you and races forward. "Come see what I made," she cries, dragging you toward a shaded corner where her tiny shrine of handmade figurines sits cats, turtles, clouds, a lopsided sun. "It's a world," she says seriously. You crouch beside her, studying it. "I see that." You say, "Does it have a name?" She shrugs. "It just is. Perfect." As she dashes off to show someone else, you remain kneeling, looking down at her little universe. The way she's arranged the pieces, not by symmetry or logic, but by feeling. There's a lesson here too. You think, maybe that's the thing about Zen, less a path, more a way of arranging the present moment so that you can live in it fully. You sit beneath the trees for a long while. No one disturbs you. A monk eventually brings you tea, freshly steeped, fragrant with jasmine, and sets it beside you with a silent bow. You nod in return. Across the garden, you notice the boy again, taller still, more comfortable in his skin. He's helping set stones along a new footpath, not cutting, just placing. You watch as he pauses, steps back, tilts his head, adjusts a slab by a mere inch. It's exactly right. You close your eyes and take a sip of tea. It tastes like spring rain on warm stone. Later, as dusk gathers and lanterns blink to life, a few villagers ask you to speak, just briefly. They don't want a lecture, just a story. You step to the small, raised platform, feet bare, hands empty, and you begin not with wisdom, but with memory. You tell them about a man who once wanted to be everything a king, the sun, a cloud, the wind, even a mountain, and how, in trying to become more, he became scattered, until the day he became a stone and finally stopped running. And there, chiseled and still, he listened and heard the one voice that mattered, his own. The crowd is quiet, not transfixed present, and that's enough. You leave the platform with no applause, no farewell. Only the feeling of stories settling into hearts like pebbles into ponds. On the walk home, The stars return. The sky is clear now, wide, open. You pass the old cedar tree, the moss-covered bench, the crooked lantern you placed years ago. Each one greets you like a mirror. Each one says you are here. And when you reach your door, you pause. You don't open it. Not yet. You stand in the night air, head tilted, listening. There it is again. Tap, tap, tap. Not a hammer now. Not a chisel. Just your heartbeat, steady as stone. The morning arrives with the gentlest breeze, a hush so complete it feels like the sky is holding its breath. You sit in your doorway, as you often do now, with a small bowl of tea warming your hands. There is no rush to begin the day, no list, no waiting task, just the world as it is. The mountain, veiled in mist, the bamboo, bowing in rhythm, the breath, yours steady. You think of the stone again, the one you left by the river weeks ago. You don't regret letting it go. In fact, you realize you've been letting go of things for a long time now. Ambition, judgment, even the quiet hunger to understand. It's not that these things were wrong. They were simply too tight for the path you're on now, a path that grows wider the less you carry. You rise and walk to the shelf beside your window. There they sit, your 3 gifts. The painted cat, now slightly faded. The smooth river stone offered in silence. The turtle, still round, still lopsided. You lift the turtle gently and place it in your palm. It fits differently now. Not because it's changed, but because you have. For a moment, you imagine a great hand cradling you the same way. Not to correct, not to fix, but to hold, gently, with reverence, just as you are. You close your eyes and bow, not with the body, but with the heart. A knock at the door. You open it to find the boy again, taller still, eyes quieter. He holds a small bundle. Inside, wrapped in cloth, is a chisel, not new, yours. He places it in your hand without a word. You feel its weight, its history. You nod. I think I'm done carving for a while, he says softly. You glance at his hands, calloused now, shaped by effort. You say, then now is when you really start learning. He smiles. Before he leaves, he turns. Thank you. But it's not the kind of thank you people say when they're being polite. It's the kind people say when they realize they were seen. You close the door, sit again, watch the light climb across the floor, and there, without any ceremony, you decide you'll visit the mountain today, not to work, not to remember, just to be. You pack a small bagged tea, a blanket, a smooth stone from the shelf, no tools. The walk is long, but your legs are ready, your breath steady. The path winds higher, narrower. The village disappearing below in layers of green and smoke. By midday, you reach the old plateau where the stone first whispered all those years ago. You sit, unwrap your blanket, pour yourself tea. The wind greets you like an old friend, and so you answer, not in words, but in presence. You sit until the sun begins its descent, and then, slowly, you begin to descend too. Not downward, but inward. As dusk folds itself into night, You return to your home one last time today. Your steps are slower now, not from age, but from reverence, as if each footfall is a thank you to the path beneath it. Inside, the light is low. A single lamp, the smell of cedar and tea. You set down your bag, remove your sandals, stand still for a moment, letting silence wrap around you like a familiar robe. You move to the window and look out. The sky is velvet, stars scattered across it like rice on dark cloth. A soft wind rustles the eaves. Somewhere in the distance, the temple bell rings its last note of the day. And in this space between one breath and the next, you feel it. Completion. Not of a task, not of a chapter, but of a turning. Like the wheel of a potter's wheel slowing to stillness. You return to your cushion. Wrap the blanket around your shoulders. Cradle the stone in your palm. There is no more to teach. There is no more to say. There is only this moment. And this moment is vast. You close your eyes. Your breath deepens. The night exhales with you. The stone in your hand remembers you. You are not the king, not the sun, not the wind, nor the rock, nor the cloud. You are not even the stonecutter anymore. You are simply here, and the mountain nods. In the next story, you find yourself walking through the fading light of an ancient city somewhere deep within Tang Dynasty China. The sky is soaked in the color of dried persimmons, that soft, sleepy hue between red and rust. A slow breeze stirs the scent of sandalwood, ginger, and 100 different spices still lingering from the day's market trade. Your feet move over smooth stone streets, worn down by centuries of footsteps, and around you, shopkeepers pull down wooden shutters with a gentle thud, one after another, like the closing pages of a book. You are not alone, but it feels that way. The crowds are thinning. The noise is a whisper. Paper lanterns begin to flicker to life one by one, casting long shadows that stretch across the street like silk ribbons unraveling in slow motion. And right there, beneath a particularly bright red lantern, stands a merchant. He's not young, but not yet old, maybe 50, maybe 60. His beard is neat, his robes faded but fine, and his face bears the weathered look of someone who's bartered with emperors and peasants alike. His name is Shen, though tonight it hardly matters. What matters is the moment, because this is the moment Shen forgets which turn leads to home. It begins with something small, a sound, a silence, a flicker of movement behind a curtain. Perhaps it's nothing, or perhaps it's the echo of a choice made long ago, a ripple in the pond of karma that's just now reaching the shore. He pauses, unsure. His regular route past the silversmith, then left by the tea house, is somehow not there. It's as if the street has shifted, or he has. And then, as if drawn by something soft and strange, he follows the lanterns instead, turning down a narrow alley that smells of plum wine and distant thunder. You might think this is how a man gets lost, but that would be too simple. Shen is not lost, not in any way that a map could correct. He is entering the story, the way most of us do sideways, without realizing, under the slow breath of a night that doesn't demand answers, only attention. And as the last bell of the market tolls low, like a monk's drumbeat in a temple half remembered, Shen disappears into the crimson dusk. Somewhere behind him, a child laughs. Somewhere ahead, a door waits to open. And above it all, the lanterns sway gently, glowing like questions we've carried for lifetimes. This is where your journey begins. With the moment a merchant steps off his path and into the unknown, he doesn't remember how long he's walked. Perhaps the sky has darkened further, or perhaps it was always the shade of charcoal and rust, the kind of dusk that doesn't just fall, it settles into your bones like a forgotten memory. Shen notices that the lanterns now seem fewer, but brighter. Their crimson glow is warmer, deeper, more hypnotic. They hang from bent bamboo poles, swaying in rhythm with some breathless wind. He doesn't know where the alley ends. He only knows that he's no longer in the city he knew. The walls are closer here, pressed in with moss-covered bricks, and the air smells less of spice and more of rain on old stone. Then he sees it. A wooden gate, barely taller than himself, half covered in ivy. No sign, no scroll, no name carved into the lintel, just the quiet thrum of stillness behind it. Shen hesitates, his hand hovering over the iron latch, the kind of hesitation that comes not from fear, but recognition, like seeing a face you think you've met in a dream. He pushes it open. Inside is an inn, or what passes for one. A gravel path winds through a small garden where night-blooming flowers glow silver under moonlight. A bamboo water spout clacks softly in rhythm. The sound is familiar, soothing, like a grandmother's lullaby. There's a koi pond to one side, and the flicker of firelight behind paper windows. The building itself is low and sprawling, built from weathered cedar and wide stones, like it's been waiting centuries for someone exactly like him. An old woman greets him at the door. Her hair is tied in a simple knot. Her robe is unadorned. She doesn't ask for his name or purpose. "You're here," she says simply, and gestures to a room down the hall. Shen, too tired to argue, simply nods and follows. The room is quiet, lit by a single oil lamp, a small futon, a straw mat, a window that opens to the sound of cicadas. But the moment he sits, Shin feels it's something different. Not wrong, not right, just spacious. As though the walls were made of air and silence, not wood and plaster. There's a teacup on the table, warm, as if someone had just poured it. He picks it up. The tea is bitter oolong perhaps, but deep, earthy, with something else beneath it, something ancient. He sets it down. A voice speaks from the other side of the screen. "You don't remember being here?" it says, "but you've been here before." Shen doesn't answer. He doesn't have to. The voice isn't asking. The screen slides open with a whisper. A man steps in. Not old, not young. Shaved head, robe the color of ash, a monk, perhaps. But no prayer beads, no title, no signs of hierarchy. just presence. You've been selling and buying for so long, the monk says. But what is it you're really trading? Shen blinks, unsure whether it's a riddle or a reprimand. The monk just smiles gently and sets down another cup of tea. Stay. Rest. Let the questions come. He says, there's no cost here. And with that, the monk disappears down the hall, as though he were made of fog. Shen lies back on the futon and stares at the ceiling beams. They don't meet in the middle. They bend slightly imperfectly, but somehow that makes the room feel more real, more forgiving. The inn feels outside of time. The night passes without passing. He drifts, not into sleep, but into something else. A memory, or a dream, or both. In it, he's young again, running through that same ancient market, chasing his father's footsteps. He remembers his father's hands, thick and calloused, always holding something. Fabric, scrolls, ledgers, even as a child. Shen admired the way his father negotiated with a smile, a joke, a gift of dried fruit for the poorest customer. But he also remembers the weight his father carried when the market closed, the way he sat alone under a lantern, staring at the numbers that never quite balanced. You must always win, his father once said, or the market will eat you. Shen had believed him. And maybe, just maybe, that's where the forgetting began. Back in the inn, he opens his eyes. The cup of tea is cold now, but it still tastes the same bitter, earthy, complex. The old woman appears at his door again, but this time she holds a tray of steamed buns. Without a word, she sets it down. Is this a dream, he asks her quietly. She shrugs. Only if you refuse to learn from it. And then she's gone, leaving behind the warmth of food and the curious echo of a truth he can almost touch. Somewhere beyond the window, the moon rises higher. The garden rustles with night animals. A frog croaks once, then stops as if even it knows not to disturb the silence too deeply. Shen eats slowly, each bite filled with flavors he hasn't tasted since childhood. Mushrooms, sesame, and the faint sweetness of lotus paste. As he chews, he thinks not of profits or debts, but of moments his mother's voice while weaving, the sound of riverboats arriving with goods, the simple act of holding someone's gaze for a little too long and realizing it mattered. Later, he wanders the hallway. There are no other guests, or perhaps they're all asleep, or perhaps they're not really guests. Each door he passes is slightly ajar. Behind one, the sound of soft weeping. Behind another, quiet chanting. And behind a third, just the tick of an old clock counting heartbeats. Then he finds a small alcove, a low table, a scroll unfurled. He sits, reads. The ink is faded but legible. Do not seek truth. Only cease to cherish opinions. He reads it again, then again. The scroll curls back of its own accord as if finished speaking. Outside, the lanterns shift color, no longer red, but gold, not brighter, just deeper. As if to say, you are beginning to see. Shen returns to his room, He leaves the door open, and for the first time in years, he does not feel the need to lock anything behind him. By morning, if it can be called that, the sky outside Shin's window hasn't brightened, but the stillness has changed. It's quieter in a different way, like the hush right before snowfall. He opens the shoji screen and steps into the garden, where the koi moves slowly beneath a thin layer of mist. The bamboo water spout still clacks in rhythm. A single white crane stands in the pond's shallows, motionless as stone. And then, just beside the koi pond, he sees the monk again, sitting cross-legged, eyes half closed, hands resting in his lap, as if the entire world had paused just to match his breath. Shen doesn't want to interrupt, but the monk's voice comes anyway. "Would you like some tea?" Shen nods. They sit on cushions in the garden, steam curling from 2 cups between them. "This tea," the monk says, "is made from leaves picked by silence." Shen gives a faint smile. Is that another riddle? Only if you need it to be. The monk sips quietly, then begins to speak, not as a teacher, but as someone remembering something aloud. "There was once a merchant," he says, "who believed his fortune was made from cleverness. He calculated every exchange, measured every ounce. But one day, a potter gave him a cracked bowl as change. Useless, the merchant thought. Yet for some reason, he didn't throw it away. He brought it home and left it on a shelf. Years passed. Business boomed. But one day, all his ledgers burned in a fire. His fortunes turned. The only thing left untouched was that bowl. And when he picked it up again, it sang. Shen waits. It sang. The monk smiles. In a way, it cracked again, and the sound reminded him of rain hitting roof tiles. That's when he remembered his mother, her voice, her singing during storms. The monk looks directly at him now. Sometimes what we keep has nothing to do with value, only memory. Shen looks into his tea. The surface is still. I dreamed of my father, he says, and of my mother. The monk says nothing, allowing space for the silence to answer first. I remembered her peeling lotus roots, my father scribbling columns. I remembered wanting more than they had, even when they gave me everything. The monk only nods. They sit like that for a long time, listening to the wind pass over the water, the faint creak of bamboo, the pulse of thought slowing in the quiet. Later, the monk walks him back inside to a different room, one he hadn't seen before. It's small, lined with scrolls, and in the center is a low table. Upon it, a single bowl. It's familiar. Shen leans in. His breath catches. It's his mother's bowl. Not just one like at the bowl. The glaze chipped the same way near the rim, the thin spider vein crack along the inside curve, the small, barely there thumbprint in the clay. He lifts it with both hands, gently. I left this behind 30 years ago, he whispers. When I first set out, she asked me not to forget her. I promised I wouldn't. Then I left this behind. The monk studies him. Did you forget her? No, Shin says. Voice suddenly dry. I forgot who I was when I was with her. And then something comes loose. Not grief exactly. Not regret. Just weight. A loosening. The monk bows and steps back. You've carried 1,000 things since then, he says. Perhaps now you can carry one. Shen holds the bowl as if it's made of breath and memory. And in that moment, he sees his entire life as a series of trades, goods, services, names, goals. But this bowl was never traded. It waited. And now it's returned. That evening, Shen eats alone in his room. The same bowl now holds rice and ginger pickles. Simple, silent, sacred. He doesn't finish it all. He leaves a small portion and places the bowl on the windowsill, offering it to the night. As darkness thickens, a new sound drifts in bells. Not sharp temple bells, but soft chimes, like glass whispering across silk. And somewhere beneath them, the quiet song of boiling water. He steps out again, drawn by the sound. In the center garden, the old woman and 2 others he hasn't seen before are preparing tea beneath the open sky. A fire glows in a low brazier. A dozen empty cushions wait around them, but no guests appear. Sit, the woman says without looking up. You came for a lesson? Here it is. The tea ceremony is slow, intentional, nearly dreamlike. Every movement deliberate. The water is poured, the leaves settle. The steam spirals upward, caught briefly in lantern light before disappearing. The woman places a cup in Shen's hands. You have rushed every part of your life, she says softly. Drank everything too fast. Expecting results? Here, you will drink with your whole being. Shen nods. He drinks. The tea is floral. Yes, but underneath, there's something richer. Soil, fire, rain from long ago. It's not just flavor. It's time itself, brewed into warmth. A bird calls in the distance, then silence again. The monk joins the circle last, holding no cup. Do you remember the bowl, he asks. Shen nods. It was never empty. The monk says, only waiting for you to see what it held. And in that moment, the world around them doesn't disappear. It deepens. The garden becomes vast. The fire becomes ancient. The steam rises, like incense in a temple no longer bound to earth. And Shen, merchant of Tang, finally forgets to measure the moment. He simply lives it. Morning, if that word still applies, comes not with birdsong, but with a hush. A hush so complete it makes the breeze feel sacred. Shen opens his eyes slowly, expecting the worn beams of the inn ceiling, the thin scent of cedar smoke, but instead, he sees sky. He's lying beneath a tree. How he got there, he doesn't know. Above him, branches stretched in silence, leaves trembling like prayer flags in wind. A rust-red canopy filters the light in shifting hues, and in the distance, a stream murmurs over stone. No city, no inn, just wilderness. He sits up. Next to him, folded neatly on a rock, are his robes, his merchant's robes, but not as he remembers them. They're simple now, dyed in a soft, earthy brown. No embroidery, no silk trim. His coin pouch is gone, but in its place rests a single wooden flute and a strip of parchment tied with twine. He opens it when there is no path, The mountain carries you. No signature, but he knows whose hand it is. Shen walks barefoot along a mossy trail, his pack lighter than ever. There is no road, here only suggestion. The earth beneath his feet is soft, welcoming, the kind of ground that has known many footsteps and judged none. He follows the river upstream. Birds scatter through the canopy. A dragonfly hovers, then vanishes. Hours pass, or moments, it no longer matters. Eventually, the trail climbs, gradually at first, then sharply. Roots reach like fingers across his path, stones slick with dew. As he ascends, so does the wind, curling around his ears like an old friend whispering forgotten songs. Midway up, he stops. There's a figure seated on a flat rock. The monk again, or maybe just someone who looks like him. Time and distance blur now. The man gestures without turning. Take off your burden. Shen looks down. He hadn't realized he was still clutching the bowl. He sets it on the ground beside the rock. Not that one. The monk says gently. Shen looks deeper into himself, a tension behind the chest, a tightness in the jaw, the quiet worry. What happens next? Where am I going? Who will I be after this? He breathes in. He breathes out, and something falls away, not with a crash, but like fog lifting. The monk turns. Now climb. The summit is not what he expects. No temple spire, no statue, no scrolls or offerings or grand gates. Just a clearing. A flat stone in the center, weathered, ancient, a hollow carved into its center, filled with rainwater, and around the edge, small carving symbols, birds, leaves, waves, each one etched by hand, perhaps over centuries. No words, just stories in shape. Shen approaches the stone and looks into the water. His reflection meets him, but it's not the man he remembers. It's not the merchant with 1,000 worries. Not the child chasing his father's robes. Not even the man who clutched a bowl of memories. This face is still, unburdened, not empty, just whole. Behind him, the monk speaks. This is the place where many forget what they came to find, because they start looking for something again. Shen turns, and if I've already found it, the monk tilts his head. Then you're free to descend. Shen laughs, softly. It surprises him. Or stay. You may, but not as someone looking for a place to stay. They sit together on the flat stone. Shen dips his fingers into the rainwater, watching the ripples stretch and soften. The monk closes his eyes. Do you remember the potter's cracked bowl? Shen nods. This mountain is like that, cracked by time. But it sings. They remain in silence. Then, as light fades into early dusk, Shen rises. Not because he must, but because the mountain no longer holds him. He walks back down barefoot. The path feels familiar now, not because he's traveled it, but because he's stopped needing it to be new. Every step is a friend, every sound a guide. At a bend in the trail, he finds something strange, a tree stump with a scroll nailed to it. No ink, no words, just the scroll, blank, but it flutters as he passes. And somehow, it says exactly what he needs. At the base of the mountain, a stream crosses the path. He cups water into his hands, drinks slowly. A frog blinks at him from a rock. Across the water, a village he does not recognize waits. It's not the city. It's smaller, quieter. Children run barefoot through courtyards. An old woman sweeps dust from a stone altar. Lanterns sway in the breeze, but they're white this time, not crimson. He walks in. No one asks who he is. He doesn't explain. He simply offers his hands. At a weaving stall, he helps carry bundles. At a well, he helps pull water. At a shrine, he lights incense and bows not to pray for gain, but to honor what has already been received. And one night, as stars bloom in the sky like flowers with no stems, he sits beneath a fig tree, alone, but not lonely. A child approaches. "Are you a monk?" Shen smiles. "Not quite." "A teacher?" "No." "Then what are you?" He thinks for a long while. "I'm someone who forgot something, and then remembered." The child nods as if this makes perfect sense. She hands him a flower with missing petals. And it is, somehow, the most complete thing he's ever held. The days pass like water, without struggle, without noise. Shen remains in the village, not as a guest or stranger, but as someone who simply is. He carries wood. He stirs soup. He sits quietly when people cry, and smiles when they don't know why they're smiling. He does not speak of the mountain. He does not mention the inn with no name, the monk with the fire-colored eyes, or the bowl returned from memory. Those were not stories for telling. They were stories for living. One evening, during the festival of ghosts, lanterns are lit and floated down the river. Shen stands by the bank with the villagers, the flame of his lantern flickering in the soft wind. He holds it for a long moment, longer than the others, before placing it on the water. As the light drifts away, he bows for his father, for his mother, for the child he once was, for all the selves he outgrew or abandoned along the road, and for the version of himself who thought arrival meant accomplishment. Now he knows better. Later that night, Shen returns to his room, a simple space above the tea house, walls thin enough to let in the sound of wind and owls. The floor creaks, the lamp flickers, and he moves slowly, deliberately, but something on his table stops him. A bowl. The bowl. Again. But this time, filled with nothing but still water. And beneath it, a note, in the old woman's handwriting. All things return to those who can let them go. He lifts the bowl, drinks the water, sets it back down, and laughs. Just once a low sound, soft as the final page of a story folding itself closed. He doesn't question how it found him again, because now he understands it never left. One dawn, Shen leaves the village, not because he's seeking, not because he's fleeing, but because the path opens and he trusts it. He walks through fields of mist-laced barley, past trees that hum with unseen bees. past a shepherd boy who doesn't wave but watches with eyes full of knowing. The kind of knowing only children and mountains possess. In the distance, a forest. He enters it. The canopy swallows sound. Light breaks into golden fragments. The air smells of pine and damp leaves. There, he finds a clearing. Not planned, not marked. Just there, and in the center, a stone bench. He sits, lets the silence stretch. A breeze picks up, curling around him like smoke, then fading into stillness. And then, you're here, now, sitting beside him, not in body, but in that space where breath meets breath and thought quiets to stillness. The stories you've heard tonight are not his alone. They are yours. They belong to anyone who's ever asked, what am I still chasing? Or, why do I still carry this? Let them go. Let the bowl rest on the windowsill. Let the path find you. And now, the final lantern dims. The air grows slower, softer. Your breath begins to match the rhythm of trees swaying somewhere far off. The stories begin to dissolve, not vanish, but loosen, like mist rising from a still lake in early morning. You are not lost. You were never lost. You were simply walking. Now, sleep. Sleep with the sound of stream water curling around stones that have heard everything and judged nothing. Sleep under a sky that never needed a name. Sleep knowing the story will continue without rush, without fear, just stillness, just now, just breath. You've traveled far tonight, not in distance but in depth. From the narrow alleys of an ancient market where lanterns swayed like questions, to the garden of an inn where tea was poured not to quench thirst, but to awaken memory. You followed a merchant who became something else, not because he changed, but because he stopped pretending he hadn't already been enough. You listened as he remembered, as he climbed, as he let go. And now, you return. Return to your own body, to your own room. But something is different. Can you feel it? Your breath is a little slower. Your thoughts, quieter. The world, perhaps a touch softer around the edges. That's not magic. That's presence. You've stepped out of the story not because it ended, but because you've become part of it. There is no need to hold on to every image, every word, every metaphor. Let them drift like petals on a pond. Let them settle. What stays, stays. What fades was never yours to keep. Like Shen, you may forget the path again. You may doubt. You may carry too much. But you will also remember. You will hear the sound of a single bowl singing in silence and know that you are home again. So now, rest. There's nothing else to solve tonight. No bargain to make. No role to play. Just breath. Just the sound of the night wrapping itself around you like a familiar robe. And in the morning, when you wake, perhaps you'll carry something lighter. A stillness. A knowing. A bowl with no contents, but infinite meaning. Let the story hold you. Let the mountain wait. let go. Next, we're slipping quietly into an older world, one veiled in mountain mist, where pine trees lean over temple roofs and silence hums like a living thing. Nestled at the base of Korea's Baekdu Mountains, in a village so still, even the crows sound careful. There lives a man whose life is measured not by clocks, but by echoes. A bell maker. Not famous, not honored, just someone who's learned how to strike mindfulness into bronze. His forge is more bones than building timber patched with soot. Clay walls cracked from winters long gone. The air smells like burnt pine and cold iron. Molds lean half-formed in corners. And outside, copper plates wait in silence, stacked like sleeping stories. No one bows when he walks through the village. No one calls him master. But each tap of his hammer carries something temples struggle to preach presence. Every morning, before the sky even thinks about changing color. The bell maker sits in a room with no furniture but a straw mat and a cracked rice bowl. He doesn't need more. The wind sighs through the wooden slats. Raindrops tick across the roof. And still he sits. Inhale. Exhale. No mantras. No expectations. Just the breath. As if he too is a bell waiting for the right moment to resonate. But this morning is different. The thick copper slab has just arrived from the capital. It came wrapped in cloth, escorted by a quiet monk who bowed once and said nothing. The slab was ordered by a temple, a big one. They want a new bell, not just to mark time, but to hold time. A bell whose tone will guide meditation, wake sleepy novices, and whisper the Dharma across courtyard stones. The craftsman doesn't seem excited. He doesn't look nervous either. He just notices. That's how he's always worked. As if the project already exists. And his job is simply to reveal it, not to make something, but to help it become. As sunlight spills through a moon-shaped window, he stands. His feet touch the cold floor with the softness of leaves landing. He washes his hands in a basin of rainwater, dries them on the sleeve of his robe, and steps outside with the kind of quiet you can't fake. The forge is ready. Bundles of dried pine wood are stacked neatly by the kiln. The clay for molds sits covered under burlap. And the copper cut from old artifacts, bent utensils, maybe even the shattered hand of a once sacred statue waits without expectation. Nothing is purely new here. Everything has a past. That's the nature of things. Everything returns. He begins loading the wood into the kiln, piece by piece, like lining up breaths. His back creaks, but his grip is strong. His hair is silver, his eyes steady. Someone once asked him, "Why do your bells sound like they're alive?" He only shrugged and said, "Because I don't force the sound. I wait for it to speak." The copper slab wasn't the only thing to arrive that morning. A boy came. 2, maybe 10, maybe 12. It was hard to tell beneath the oversized hat and tattered linen. He stood just outside the forge, holding a bundle of wrapped clay molds in both hands. Silent, still. Not from discipline, but from a kind of practiced smallness, like someone used to making himself invisible in the presence of adults. The bellmaker noticed him. Of course, he always noticed what others missed. "Set them down by the wall," he said, not unkindly. The boy flinched slightly, then nodded and obeyed. No questions, no explanation of who sent him or where he came from. Just clay, carefully bundled in straw, and a pair of wide eyes watching everything. Most children would have run off. Given the heat and the hammering and the silence that fills a place like this, but not this one. He stayed. Hours passed. The bellmaker stirred the kiln, ground herbs into mold clay, adjusted the weight of the crucible hooks, and still. The boy sat on a stone step outside the forge, hands folded, mouth closed. It was evening before either of them spoke again. "You hungry?" the craftsman asked without looking up. The boy nodded. There wasn't much, just millet porridge, fermented cabbage, and a pinch of salt, but they shared it sitting on the floor of the forge, cross-legged between cooling tools and wood ash. The boy ate fast, but not greedily. He wiped his bowl with a torn piece of bread and placed it gently aside, like it was a sacred object. "You made those molds?" the craftsman asked eventually. The boy hesitated, then nodded again. "They're good. You've got patient hands." No reaction, just a quiet stare that seemed older than it should be. That's when the bellmaker realized this wasn't just some errand boy from the temple. This kid had learned to work clay not in comfort, but in survival. Maybe he was an orphan from the outer provinces. Maybe he'd watched too many people leave. Either way, there was something familiar in the way he didn't reach for praise. Something Zen in the stillness of his shoulders. The craftsman didn't ask more. He wasn't the type. But that night, he laid out an old blanket in the corner of the forge, said nothing, just nodded toward it. The boy lay down, still silent, and the bellmaker returned to his workbench, where the copper plates waited. As night deepened, the forge quieted into its own kind of meditation. The fire dimmed, the tools cooled. The silence wasn't empty. It was full of possibilities, not yet shaped. That's the thing about bell making. It's not a loud craft. Not really. Sure, there's hammering, fire, sweat. But the real shaping happens in the quiet. When the metal cools just so. When a mold rests undisturbed. When two people sit without speaking, and something still passes between them. Out in the courtyard, the old wind chime rang once, then again. Not from a gust, just the breath of the night pressing past. And in the forge, the boy slept curled like a comma at the end of a long sentence, while the bellmaker placed his hand on the copper and closed his eyes. Not praying, not wishing, just listening. By morning, the fog had crept back down from the ridges, laying itself across the village like a monk's robe. Dew gathered on the stone steps, and the mountains stood veiled, their jagged edges softened by mist. The bellmaker stood barefoot in the courtyard, feeling the cold soak up through the soles of his feet, as if the earth itself were whispering reminders of transience. Inside the forge, the boy was already awake, kneeling quietly beside the molds he had brought. He hadn't touched anything, just examined. Clay remembers hands, and his had left stories in the curves and grooves of each mold. The bell maker nodded to himself as he watched this boy had the eyes of someone who saw what most people only glanced at. A bell mold is no ordinary object. It doesn't just hold shape, it holds intention. A good mold isn't only about accuracy, it's about stillness. Every tiny scratch or imbalance would echo back in bronze. What you pour into it, thoughts, mood, attention, comes out in the ring. That's the first thing they don't teach you in bell making. But it's the most important thing of all. The boy looked up as the craftsman approached. "We'll use this one," the bell maker said, tapping the largest mold. "It's clean. It breathes." The boy blinked, unsure what that meant, but nodded anyway. Out in the courtyard, a shadow moved behind the prayer banners. The monk had arrived. He was tall, with a shaved head and a deep blue robe that looked like it had been folded and unfolded 1,000 times. He carried nothing but a scroll tucked under one arm and a bowl of sesame rice in the other. His face was weathered, but not severe, like a mountain that had withstood many storms without growing bitter. They didn't greet each other with words. The bell maker simply gestured to a low bench, and the monk sat. After a long silence, the monk finally said, "It will hang in the north courtyard, between the Bodhi tree and the student dormitory. Every morning before dawn, it will sound the first call to stillness." The bell maker nodded. "How large, big enough to be felt in the bones?" That was all the monk said about size. Then he unfurled the scroll. At the top was a calligraphy inscription in sound, a reminder. Beneath it, a design elegant but simple. No dragons, no decorative flourishes, just lines of verses from the Diamond Sutra, spiraling like ripples from the center, not etched, but cast, meant to rise from the metal itself, so the words could be read by fingers as well as eyes. The bell maker traced the lines with his thumb. "This will take time. All good things do," the monk replied, placing the rice bowl on the ground before him as an offering. Then, without further instruction, he bowed first to the bell maker, then to the forge, and left as quietly as he'd come. That evening, the boy asked his first question. Why do they need a bell to remember? The craftsman was adjusting the metal weights on the crucible pulley, sweat dotting his brow. He didn't look at the boy, just said, "Because the mind forgets. That's what it does. You don't blame a fish for swimming, and you don't blame the mind for drifting." The boy tilted his head. "But if the bell just rings, won't they forget again right after?" The craftsman smiled. "Yes. That's why it rings every morning." They sat in silence again after that. But the silence wasn't empty. It was full of soundless answers. Later, when the boy drifted off to sleep again in the corner, the bell maker remained at his workbench. He etched the first verse of the sutra into a wax panel, which would later be pressed into the mold. All conditioned things are like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, a shadow. And as he carved, a low wind curled through the forge, stirring the edges of the scroll the monk had left behind. It made no sound, but still, it said something. By the third day, the forge had taken on the rhythm of breath, slow, deliberate, necessary. Mornings were cool and blue, laced with the smell of damp earth and singed wood. Afternoons shimmered with heat, as the kiln roared louder with each added log. Evenings were for stillness, when the coals softened and the world outside the forge seemed to hold its breath. The boy began moving as if he'd always belonged there. He learned without being taught. He swept the ash, tended the fire, kept water buckets filled, and clay covered. He never asked where to stand or when to help. He simply watched, absorbed, and became part of the silence that worked alongside the craftsman. There was a moment, just after noon, when the sun came through the cracked rafters in golden beams. Dust floated in the light like tiny messengers, and the forge glowed from within. It was during this hour that the bell maker always sat down with his tools, not to hammer or carve, but to observe the molds. Most people think this work is about muscle, he said once, without looking up. But it's not. It's about seeing. The boy didn't respond. He was crouched beside the largest mold, brushing loose clay from the inscription lines. His fingertips moved with surprising gentleness for someone so small. "What do you see?" the craftsman asked. The boy hesitated. "The lines. They look like ripples, like water after something falls in." The bell maker finally looked at him. "Good. Because sound moves the same way, not just through air, but through thought. One ring, and it spreads." That evening, just before the sun dipped behind the ridge, a commotion stirred in the village. The regional inspector had arrived. He came on a palanquin carried by 4 tired men and followed by a smaller man who took notes on parchment. The inspector himself was round-faced, well-fed, and wore silk robes too bright for a mountain village. He did not bow when he entered the courtyard. He did not remove his shoes. "Is this the bell being made for Haiyan Temple?" he asked briskly, surveying the forge like it was a storage shed. The craftsman nodded, but said nothing. "I'll need measurements, weight, time of completion, and records of copper content." He wrinkled his nose. "And I hope you're not using scrap metal from peasants. The ministry expects purity." The bell maker stepped aside, letting the man poke around. The boy, wisely, retreated to the shadows. The inspector knocked on one of the molds with a stick, then frowned. "This looks primitive. Where's the ornamentation? The lotus rims? The guardian figures?" The craftsman raised an eyebrow. "The temple requested verses? Nothing more?" The inspector snorted, jotting notes. "Austerity is one thing, but simplicity borders on negligence." The man left shortly after, leaving behind a cloud of arrogance and sandalwood cologne. The forge felt heavier in his wake, but the bell maker didn't seem disturbed. As night fell, he sat again near the kiln, rolling thin coils of wax to outline the final characters on the mold's surface. The boy finally spoke. "Aren't you angry?" The craftsman shook his head. "That man is a ripple, too. He'll pass, but he insulted your work. He doesn't know what it is. Why be upset with a rooster for not understanding moonlight?" The boy blinked. He hadn't expected that. And somehow, it made sense. Later, after the fire had been banked and the molds covered, the boy crept up to the edge of the workbench where the bell's final verse was being carved. He read the characters aloud. Slowly, a bubble, a shadow, a dewdrop, a flash of lightning. "What does that mean?" he asked softly. The craftsman didn't answer right away. He let the silence breathe. Then, almost inaudibly, he said, "It means you're not supposed to hold on." And the boy, for the first time, smiled. The forge woke early the next day, long before the sun breached the hills. Mist drifted low over the village rooftops like a forgotten blanket, and smoke from the bell maker's kiln twisted gently into the pale sky. The fire had been burning since midnight. Today would be a long one. The craftsman stoked the flames, while the boy prepared the crucible, a heavy iron pot lined with ash and coated in soot from past castings. The copper had already been sorted clean scraps, polished edges, some older pieces from melted ornaments once offered to temples. Each bit of metal held its own story, but all would be melted into one voice. This wasn't just metal work. This was karma work. The boy didn't speak as he moved. He didn't have to. Their routine was unspoken now: water, sand, pinch of salt in the mold joints, check the pulley ropes. One glance from the craftsman, and the boy responded like a second heartbeat. By late morning, the forge was a wall of heat. The crucible glowed dull red, then orange, then brighter, until it looked like a small sun suspended over fire. The copper inside hissed and shifted, bubbling like thoughts in deep meditation. The craftsman leaned over to stir it with a long rod. Sparks leapt out and danced briefly in the air before vanishing. The sound was soft, like rain on warm stone. And then came the silence, the moment between melting and pouring, when everything waits. The boy stood beside the molds, arms tense, breathing shallow. The craftsman noticed, but said nothing. "Is it always like this?" the boy finally whispered. "Like what?" "This feeling, like something's about to happen, but already has." The craftsman allowed a tiny smile. "That's the edge of now. Most people miss it." A long wooden channel had been built to guide the molten copper from crucible to mold, lined with heat-proof clay and steady hands. It was the narrowest path in the whole process. Too fast, and the mold could crack. Too slow, and the copper would harden mid-pour. Everything depended on balance. When the metal reached just the right heat liquid, but not wild, the craftsman gave a subtle nod. The boy stepped back. The crucible tipped, and the world held its breath. Molten copper flowed like syrup made of stars, lighting the channel with a glow that flickered across the forge walls. The molds drank the metal silently, steam curling from their joints. The only sound, a low hiss like a whispered prayer. The bell was being born, not all at once, but moment by moment, shape by shape, atom by atom. No one spoke. When it was done, the crucible was lowered. The molds were sealed with ash and sand to cool. The fire was left to die slowly. The craftsman sat on a stool, shoulders sagging, sweat drying across his neck. The boy brought him a bowl of water, and for a while, they just sat together, two figures in a glowing haze. Watching heat rise from the bell they could not yet see. That night, the forge was quieter than ever. Outside, insects hummed in the grass. A few dogs barked far off in the village. But inside, the bell cooled in its clay shell, and nothing dared disturb it. The boy lay awake on his mat, eyes open to the wooden rafters above. "Will it work?" he asked softly, though he wasn't sure if the craftsman was still awake. There was a long pause. Then, from the dark, "It's already working. Even now." "How can you know?" "Because sound doesn't start with the bell. It starts here. A tap to the chest, somewhere in the dark." The boy placed a hand over his heart. He didn't understand yet, but he would. The next morning arrived soft and gray. The clouds hung low, holding back the sun like monks holding back questions. Dew clung to the rafters and pooled in the spaces between bricks. In the forge, the air was thick with the scent of ash, clay, and something else, something faintly electric, like anticipation about to take form. The bell was still hidden inside its mold. It would stay that way for several more days. Rushing the process would crack the bronze, split the inscriptions, ruin everything. Cooling was as much a part of forging as fire. If heat was passion, then stillness was wisdom. The boy stood beside the mold, watching steam curl lazily from the sand that sealed it. "It doesn't look like a bell," he said. The craftsman didn't look up from the tool he was sharpening. "Not yet." "But it is." "How do you know it's not broken inside?" The craftsman paused, wiped the blade with a cloth, then replied, "You don't. Not until it speaks." That was the lesson. Sometimes in life, you do everything right. Measure carefully. Watch the fire. Pour with focus, and still, cracks form where you can't see. Not because you failed, just because that's the nature of things. Hidden causes, unknown effects, karma always flowing underneath. Quiet and invisible. But you don't stop building because of that. You just keep listening. That afternoon, the craftsman left the forge. It was rare. He didn't like being away from the fire for long, but he had to visit the temple, check the frame where the bell would hang, ensure the supports were stable, that the sound could travel without resistance. The boy stayed behind. The forge felt different without the old man, less like a working space, more like a sacred site between heartbeats. He moved carefully, as if every sound he made might wake something sleeping. Then he saw it. A smaller mold tucked into the back corner, half buried under burlap. It wasn't shaped like the others. Curious. He lifted the covering, and found a half-formed bell smaller, thinner, and cracked all along one side. Its surface was unfinished, and instead of verses or lotus petals, it had one single word pressed into the wax empty. The boy reached out to touch it. The crack felt old, long-healed, but still there. That night, when the craftsman returned, the boy asked, "Why did you keep the broken one?" The old man didn't answer right away. He washed his hands, stoked the coals, sat down. Then he said, "That was my first bell." The boy blinked. "But it's broken." The craftsman nodded. "Yes, and that's why I keep it. Weren't you upset I was? For years, I thought it meant I wasn't ready, that I had wasted metal, that I'd failed." He ran a finger along the handle of his teacup. "But now, I realize it was just teaching me." What did it teach? The craftsman looked at him with eyes full of soot and patience. That everything breaks, but not everything is ruined. The next few days passed slowly. The bell inside the mold cooled inch by inch. The boy began sanding down old tools, prepping wax for the next round of inscriptions. He worked without asking, but the craftsman noticed. "You've been patient," he said one morning. The boy shrugged. "The bell has 2. The craftsman grinned. "Then tomorrow," he said, "we open it," and the boy, though he said nothing, felt a quiet thrill move through his chest, like a chord struck gently in the center of his ribs. Tomorrow, the bell would reveal itself, not just its shape, but its truth. Dawn arrived without ceremony. No bird song, no sunrise, just a pale, even light settling over the village like the hush before a monk's first breath in zazen. The forge was already awake. The bell maker stood with sleeves rolled, palms dusted with ash, and eyes fixed on the mold as if it were a living thing about to speak. The boy stood beside him, bare feet cold on the packed earth. Neither of them said a word. They began with the top. The outer sand seal was brushed away, layer by layer, each stroke deliberate, each movement measured. The bell had spent 6 days in darkness, and now, like a sleeping thought at the edge of waking, it would be revealed. First came the rim, still dull from fire, but intact. Then the shoulders, wide and smooth. The clay flaked away like dead bark, and beneath it, the bronze curved in steady lines, each verse of the sutra now part of the metal itself, not written, but become. The boy leaned in close, fingers twitching with the urge to touch. "Not yet," the craftsman murmured. "Let it finish becoming." They worked until the sun was high. By noon, the bell lay free of its shell, half buried in powdered clay, its surface still warm, humming with silence. It was beautiful, not ornate. There were no dragons, no swirling clouds, but balanced. The verses spiraled outward in perfect geometry, like a fingerprint carved by breath. Even the boy could feel it. This wasn't just a bell. It was a message, a reminder, a shape given to mindfulness. But beauty didn't guarantee function. It still had to ring. The craftsman knew this. Of course, every bell ever forged carried this moment inside it, the first sound, not a test, not a ritual, a revelation. If the metal had cooled wrong, if the mold had cracked unseen, if the balance was off by even a hair, the sound would betray it. He glanced at the boy, who was watching with a strange stillness, arms crossed tight across his chest. "You ready?" the old man asked. The boy nodded, but his eyes flickered. The craftsman picked up the striker, a slender wooden mallet, worn smooth by use. He approached the bell, not quickly, like one might approach an animal or a sleeping truth. He stood just to the side, lowered his body slightly, and exhaled. Then, gently, he tapped the rim, and the bell sang. It wasn't loud. It didn't need to be. The note was low, round, and impossibly clear, like a drop of water falling into a perfectly still lake. It rippled through the air, through their ribs, through the floor, beneath their feet. It was the kind of sound you didn't just hear. You remembered. The boy blinked. He looked at the craftsman, and for the first time in days, he whispered, "It worked." The old man gave a small nod, then set the mallet down. "Not because of me," he said. "Then who?" The craftsman turned toward the door of the forge, where sunlight now poured in and caught the dust midair. Because everything else did what it had to. The fire, the clay, the waiting. I just stayed out of the way. That night, they didn't eat in silence. They talked. The boy asked how many bells the craftsman had made. 32, he said. Were they all like this? No, the old man replied. Some were louder, some cracked. Some ended up melted and reused. Do you remember them all? The craftsman looked into the fire, then nodded slowly. Each one had its own lesson. He poked at the coals. This one's lesson is restraint. The boy frowned. What do you mean I could have added more? Decoration, symbols, more fire. But it didn't need all that, just attention. The boy sat with that. Restraint, not silence, but choosing what not to say. Like the bell, holding back its voice until the moment it was asked. He thought about that long after the fire had burned down, and the forge had faded into shadows. And somewhere in the dark, the bell, cool now, Hole waited. The next day came with wind. It swept down from the mountain passes, stirring prayer flags strung across the village rooftops and rattling bamboo fences like an old friend returning uninvited. In the forge, the bell sat near the open doors, catching the breeze across its surface like a sleeping monk feeling the world's breath pass over his skin. The boy woke before the craftsman, not because of noise there was none, but because something in him had changed. A quiet kind of readiness, like a bowl that had been empty so long, it had forgotten how it felt to be full. He crept to the bell and crouched beside it. His fingers hovered over the spiral of verses. One line caught his eye. Thus shall you see the conditioned as stars at dawn, a phantom, a dream. He didn't know all the words, but somehow he understood the meaning. Behind him, the craftsman stepped into the morning light, rubbing his shoulder. Storm's coming, he said, glancing up at the gray sky. You can smell it. The boy sniffed the air metal, dust. and that faint scent like wet leaves not yet fallen. We should move the bell inside, the boy offered. The craftsman shook his head. Let the wind greet it. First test of many, so they left it. As the wind blew harder, the bell stood unbothered. It didn't sway, didn't rock, just stood in its own weight, as if it had grown from the earth itself. Later that day, a monk returned. Not the official one, but someone different. Older, wiser. He arrived on foot, robes patched and sandals frayed, carrying a walking stick carved with notches, like someone had once counted raindrops into it. He bowed to the craftsman deeply. I heard the bell is finished. It is. The monk turned to the boy and bowed to him too. The boy stiffened. Why are you bowing to me? The monk smiled. Because without you, this bell would have been something else. That made no sense. But it also made perfect sense. The three of them stood around the bell. The wind had quieted, like it was eavesdropping. The monk closed his eyes and rested a hand on the bronze. Does it sound clear, he asked. The craftsman nodded. And does it hold silence? 2. The boy blinked. How can a bell hold silence? The monk opened his eyes. Because the moment after it rings, that's what the bell is really for. The boy looked at the bell again. It wasn't just an object anymore. It was a doorway. First the sound, then the space it opened, like breath, like a pause before thought. That evening, as clouds gathered and the first drops of rain kissed the roof, the craftsman lit a single oil lamp in the forge. He gestured to the boy. Bring me the smaller bell, the one that cracked. The boy hesitated. Why, I want you to see something. He brought it over. It was lighter, of course, and flawed. The crack still ran from the rim to its waist, a thin scar from fire's old betrayal. The craftsman set it down beside the new bell. Then he rang it. The sound was sharp, uneven. It trembled halfway through the note and collapsed on itself, like a voice breaking mid-sentence. The boy winced. It's wrong. The craftsman nodded. Yes. Then he rang the new bell. The sound rolled out, warm and deep, wrapping around the forge like steam curling from tea. The boy exhaled. But listen again, the craftsman said. He struck both bells at once, just a breath apart. The sounds clashed, then separated, then found an odd rhythm. The flawed bell sang sharp. The whole one round, together. It was messy, human, real. Sometimes, the craftsman said, it's not about perfect sound. It's about how flaws teach you to hear. The boy didn't speak. He just nodded and looked down at his own small hands, clay-stained, blistered, capable. Maybe, he thought, even cracked things can sing. Rain swept through the village that night, not heavy, not violent, but steady, like a long exhale drawn from the lungs of the sky. It tapped softly against the forge roof, rolled down the eaves, and pooled in the cracks of the stone courtyard. Inside, the fire had been banked low, and the two figures, bellmaker and boy, sat cross-legged in the amber glow of the oil lamp, listening not to each other, but to the world softening around them. The bell sat between them like a third presence. It shimmered faintly in the firelight, still holding warmth from the casting, still breathing from within. Its verses gleamed under the condensation that clung to its surface, each word glistening like truth, revealed through patience. The boy broke the silence. "How did you learn all this?" he asked. The craftsman smiled without looking up. "By doing it badly, over and over. No teacher. Life is a teacher. And failure has a very specific way of speaking when you're willing to listen." The boy nodded. He thought about the cracked bell again, about his own mistakes. The bowl he once fired that shattered in the kiln. The wax mold he had ruined by pressing too hard. So, everything I mess up is just part of learning. The old man raised an eyebrow. "Only if you're awake when it happens." Outside, the wind changed direction. They both looked toward the open doors. The rain had slowed, replaced by a cool hush that hinted at a shift. Something was coming, not danger. Exactly. But movement. Change. The kind that often arrives without warning, but has been in motion all along. "We should cover the bell," the boy said. The craftsman didn't move. "No," he said softly. "Let it feel the rain. It remembers fire. Now it needs water." The next morning, a small group arrived from the temple. They came on foot, hoods up, eyes low. Novice monks, likely sent ahead of the main procession, tasked with helping prepare the bell for its journey. Among them was a young girl, barely older than the boy, carrying a cloth of pale yellow, used to wrap sacred objects. She approached the bell with the sort of reverence that belongs more to silence than to ceremony. The boy watched her closely, not with shyness, but with a kind of recognition. She, too, understood something. He had only just begun to grasp that sacredness wasn't about decoration. It was about attention. She placed the cloth gently over the bell, and for a moment, no one moved. Then one of the monks cleared his throat. "We're ready to carry it." The craftsman nodded. "Be careful. It sings best when it's not hurried." It took 6 of them to lift the bell, 3 on each side, gripping the wooden beam that ran through its top. The boy stood off to the side, suddenly unsure what to do with his hands. As they hoisted it, the bell let out the faintest hum, not from being struck, just from moving. The boy caught the sound and held his breath. It was like hearing a thought form, a whisper of intention made real. "Can I go with it?" the boy asked, turning to the craftsman. The old man looked at him for a long time, not surprised, not even thoughtful, just accepting. "No," he said gently. "It's not your bell anymore." The boy swallowed. "But you can visit," the old man added, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. "And you'll hear it, even from far away, if you've really been listening." The monks began their slow walk down the stone path toward the village center. The bell, rocking gently between them like a heartbeat on a string. The boy stood in the doorway of the forge, hands at his sides, and when the bell disappeared from view, he didn't feel loss. He felt space. like something had left just enough behind for him to grow into. The forge felt different after the bell was gone. It wasn't emptier, exactly, just quieter in a new way, like a tree after its leaves have fallen not lifeless, but revealed. The boy swept the courtyard in slow, wide arcs, letting the broom trace circles in the dust. With every movement, he felt the weight of the past few weeks settle into his shoulders like a robe he hadn't noticed he was wearing until now. The craftsman returned from the village late that morning. He carried nothing, said little, just walked past the open gate and into the forge like he always did, as if no change had occurred at all. But the boy saw it. He saw the hesitation in the way the craftsman paused by the empty spot where the bell had rested. He saw the glance quick, almost guilty, toward the cracked bell on the shelf. He saw the breath that came slower than usual. "You okay?" the boy asked. The old man gave him a sideways smile. "I'm just learning how to listen to nothing again." They spent the rest of the day tending to small things, repairing a warped ladle, patching a hole in the kiln wall, mixing a new batch of mold clay. The rhythm had returned, but the music had changed. Where once there had been urgency, now there was curiosity. Where once there had been pressure, now there was room. That night, as they sat over bowls of rice and pickled radish, the boy asked, "What will you make next?" The craftsman chewed thoughtfully. "I don't know," he admitted. "Maybe nothing for a while." The boy nodded slowly. "You always rest after a bell." The craftsman's eyes twinkled. "Sometimes I rest before one and don't even know it." They both chuckled. And for a few minutes, the only sound in the forge was the gentle scrape of chopsticks and the creak of floorboards cooling in the night air. Then the boy said something unexpected. "I think I want to make one." The old man raised an eyebrow. "A bell." The boy nodded. "A small one. Just to try. Not for a temple or anything." The craftsman didn't respond right away. He just watched the boy. Watched how he sat a little taller now. How his hands no longer fidgeted. How his voice didn't carry a question, but a direction. Finally, he said, "Then tomorrow, we'll start with wax." The following morning, the sun finally returned bright and clear, with beams that painted gold onto every surface they touched. The forge warmed quickly, as if it, too, had been waiting for the right moment to wake fully. The boy rolled out soft wax onto a slab of slate. His movements were careful, precise. The craftsman watched from a distance, saying nothing, only stepping forward now and then to adjust the angle of the light or the thickness of a line. "What will you inscribe?" the craftsman asked. The boy paused. Then, with the blunt end of a brush handle, he began to trace. It wasn't a verse, not a sutra, just one word. "Begin." The old man nodded. A good choice, not just for the bell, but for the life that was starting to hum beneath the surface of the boy's skin. Later that evening, when the fire was low and the stars had come out, the craftsman stepped outside and leaned against the door frame of the forge. The air smelled like pine and possibility. He could just make out the bell's sound in his memory, its long, round note rolling through the valley, touching rooftops and river stones, stirring leaves and minds alike. It would ring again tomorrow, and the day after that, and maybe long after he was gone. It would still ring, but for now, the sound was here, inside him, and behind him, in the flickering forge. Another sound was forming, softer, newer, but no less sacred. The days that followed moved like slow water quiet, persistent and full of reflection. The bellmaker let the boy take the lead now. Not entirely, but enough to let him feel what it meant to hold responsibility. Not as a burden, but as a choice. Every morning, the boy lit the fire. He didn't rush it. He stacked the wood carefully, arranging the smaller twigs in a teepee shape like he'd seen the craftsman do 100 times. The flames came gradually, with a soft whoosh and the crackle of sap releasing its stories. By the time the bellmaker emerged from his quarters, the forge was already breathing warm and alive. They worked side by side. The boy's bell was smaller, yes, but no less worthy of attention. He shaped the wax with the kind of focus only beginners carry, the kind that holds reverence for every line because it hasn't yet learned to take anything for granted. "What metal will we use?" the boy asked one afternoon. The craftsman tapped the old storage bin with his foot. Scraps, bits from things left behind. You'll see they still remember how to sing. So the boy sorted the metal himself. Bent spoons, a broken ornament, a shaving mirror with a cracked frame, a handful of old keys with no locks. All of it would become his bell. The idea made him pause. "Is that okay?" he asked. Using broken things, the craftsman leaned in close and smiled. "There's nothing else." Later that week, the monk returned from the temple, not for inspection, not even for conversation, just to visit. He walked with the quiet pace of someone who had nowhere to be, whose every step was part of a practice. He brought with him a small satchel of tea and an old wooden flute. They sat beneath the awning of the forge as rain whispered across the courtyard. The monk brewed the tea slowly, swirling leaves in a cracked clay bowl, pouring the steeped liquid into chipped cups without apology. The boy served them both. The monk took his cup and nodded, still forging. The boy beamed, "My first bell." The monk turned to the craftsman, "And yours?" The old man shrugged, "Maybe my last." There was no sadness in his voice, just honesty, acceptance. The monk sipped his tea. "Then that's a good circle. One bell beginning, one bell bowing." They sat together in easy silence for a long time. The boy listened to the rain, to the faint clinking of tools inside the forge, to the wind pushing the smell of iron and ash toward the tree line. Then, softly, the monk pulled out his flute. He played no melody, just notes. One by one, long, spacious tones that faded into the rain. The boy closed his eyes, and in that moment, he realized something. The bell he was making didn't need to sound like the masters, didn't need to be perfect, didn't need to last forever. It just needed to be honest, The next morning, he carved the final mark into the wax mold. It wasn't a name. It wasn't a blessing. It was the image of an open hand. When the craftsman saw it, he nodded with quiet approval. Good. A bell should never hold tight to its sound. They prepared for the casting the same way they had done for the large temple bell, but this time, the boy poured. The copper flowed in a smooth stream from crucible to channel. And though his hands trembled slightly, the boy didn't stop. He exhaled slowly, remembering to stay in step with the metal's rhythm. When it was done, the craftsman clapped a firm hand on his shoulder. "You didn't just make a bell," he said. "You listened it into being." The boy looked up, and for the first time, he felt something open in his chest. Not pride, not relief, but clarity. Like something had struck a note deep inside him, and it was still ringing. The bell cooled under burlap and ash, resting for 3 long days as the forge settled into a rhythm of stillness. Rain passed, wind came and went. Birds returned to the trees outside. Life moved as it always had, but for the boy, time now felt different. Not faster, not slower, just deeper. He no longer rushed between tasks. He walked like the bell had taught him, measured, present, not with the stiff discipline of someone trying to impress, but with the natural pace of someone who understands that nothing can be forced, that things unfold as they must. On the morning of the 4th day, the craftsman handed him a dull-bladed chisel and simply said, "Begin." No instructions, no warnings, just the invitation. The boy knelt beside the mold and started to carve away the outer shell, each layer flaked off in chalky curls, revealing bronze beneath. The bell didn't gleam. It wasn't polished, but it breathed. Every time the boy peeled back another strip of clay, he felt as though he were unwrapping something, not a thing, but a truth. When the last of the mold fell away, he sat back and stared. It was uneven. The lines of the hand he'd etched were softer than he'd planned. One side dipped slightly. The rim was a bit thicker than the other, but it stood, whole, solid. And when he reached out and touched it, it was still warm, not from fire, but from the memory of being formed. Behind him, the craftsman spoke. "Ugly things can still be sacred." The boy turned, startled. The old man chuckled softly. "You were thinking it? I said it for you. I wasn't. You were. And it's okay." The boy looked back at the bell. "It's not what I imagined." The craftsman nodded. "It never is. That's the gift." They didn't ring it that day, not because it wasn't ready, but because the boy wasn't. Sometimes, waiting is part of the song. That night, the boy dreamed of bells, but not the kind you see hanging in temples or towers. These bells floated. Some swayed from tree branches. Others drifted on rivers. Some were invisible, only heard when he stopped thinking. All of them echoed the same quiet sound, low, endless, and just beyond remembering. When he woke, his hands were already reaching for the striker. He padded barefoot across the cool floor, breath fogging in the early light, and stood before his bell. It looked smaller now, not in a lesser way, just intimate, like something meant to be close to the chest. He lifted the striker, paused, breathed in, and tapped the bell. The sound that emerged wasn't perfect. It wobbled at the edges, quivered like it wasn't sure of itself. But it lasted. It lingered in the forge air, catching in corners, brushing the walls, echoing back toward him with something that sounded strangely like yes. Behind him, the craftsman leaned against the doorway. "Do you hear it?" The boy nodded. "It's quiet, but it's honest," the old man said. "That's what matters." The boy let the striker hang at his side. "I want to give it away," he said suddenly. The craftsman blinked. "To who I don't know yet. But it feels like it doesn't belong to just me." The old man smiled wider than he had in weeks. "Then you've really made a bell?" The king... They wrapped it in cloth that evening, soft linen, worn and stained, but clean. The craftsman tied the final knot. "You don't need to rush," he said. "When you find the person, you'll know." And the boy, though he didn't know where he'd go or when, believed that. Not just in his head, but in his bones. The next morning, the forge doors swung open, not with ceremony, but with ease, like they had decided, all on their own, that it was time to let go. The boy stepped out with the wrapped bell in both hands, cradled not tightly, but with the soft grip of someone carrying something meant to be given. The air was cool. Damp leaves clung to the stones of the courtyard. Somewhere far off, a woodpecker tapped rhythmically against bark, and the clouds drifted low and white like slow-moving boats. The craftsman watched from the threshold. "Heading out?" he asked, voice low. The boy nodded. "I'll walk part way," the old man said, reaching for his cane, a simple piece of ash wood carved with subtle rings, not for show, but for memory. They didn't speak much as they walked. The path out of the village curved gently between pine trees, then opened into a high ridge where the valley stretched below rice fields in neat rectangles, the river coiling like silver thread, and roofs clustered like quiet thoughts. After a while, the craftsman stopped. "This is where I leave you." The boy turned, suddenly unsure. "You're not coming." The old man shook his head. "You don't carry gifts by committee?" The boy glanced at the bell. "But what if I don't find the right person?" The craftsman gave a slow smile. "Then you carry it a little longer. And you listen?" The boy nodded, though a knot sat quietly in his throat. Before turning, he asked, "What did you do with your first bell?" The old man looked out at the valley. "I gave it to someone who didn't know they needed it. And your second dropped it in a river by accident. It still rings in my memory, though." They both laughed. Then the craftsman rested a hand on the boy's shoulder, light, but steady. "Your hands remember now, not just how to shape things, but how to release them." Then he turned, cloak fluttering behind him, and walked back toward the village without another word. The boy walked through rice fields and wooded trails, past quiet shrines, their incense long since burned out, over footbridges where fishermen sat, still and empty-eyed. He carried the bell wrapped against his chest, the way one might carry a secret they're not quite ready to share. At sunset, he reached a small hamlet where the road split into three. Unsure, he sat beneath a tree, bell beside him, arms wrapped around his knees. That's where she found him. A girl maybe 9 barefoot, with a basket of yams slung over one shoulder and a look that was part curiosity, part challenge. "What's in the bundle?" she asked. The boy hesitated. "A bell." "Is it magic?" "No." "Does it make wishes come true?" "No." She frowned. "Then why do you look like it's important?" The boy paused. He unwrapped it slowly and placed the bell in front of her. "Because I made it," he said. She crouched, eyes wide. "Can I hear it?" He nodded. She picked up a stick and gave the bell the gentlest tap she could manage. The note rang out, not proud, not shy, just clear. The girl stared at it like it had just spoken her name. Then, quietly, she said, "My brother can't sleep. He says his head is too loud." The boy nodded. "Maybe this will help." He wrapped the bell again and held it out. She blinked. "You're giving it to me, not to keep, just to use. Then give it to someone else who needs it." She considered. "What if I don't know who that is?" "You'll know," he said. She took it with both hands, suddenly very serious. "Okay." And just like that, the bell found its place, not in a temple, not in a monastery, but in a dirt road village where sleep had been waiting for a sound to soften it. That night, the boy slept beneath the same tree, the wind weaving gently through its branches. He didn't dream. He didn't need to. Something inside him had already rung. The boy returned to the village a few days later, though it didn't feel like returning. The road looked the same, the bent pines, the mossy stones, the small shrines built into roots and cracks, but he was no longer just walking through it. He was walking with it. The forge came into view just as the sun broke through a veil of clouds, scattering gold across the rooftop. Smoke curled gently from the chimney, and the unmistakable rhythm of a hammer striking metal rang faintly through the trees. He smiled. It wasn't a bell this time, just repairs. Even still, the sound held presence. The craftsman was at his bench, sleeves rolled, fixing a cracked rice pot with a band of copper wire. When he saw the boy, he didn't say welcome, didn't ask what happened, just nodded, as if the rhythm between them had never skipped. "You're back," he said. The boy set down his travel pack, only for a little while. The old man glanced up, eyebrows raised, just long enough to leave again. The boy nodded. There are other bells. The craftsman grunted in approval. They didn't talk much that day. They worked shoulder to shoulder, shared lunch under the eaves when the rain came again. The boy told the story of the little girl, the yam basket, the question about magic. The old man laughed not loudly, but in a way that made the walls feel warmer. And when the sun set, they stood outside and listened to the temple bell. Far away, faint through the hills, it it sang. The boy closed his eyes. "That one sounds like breath," he said. The craftsman smiled. "Then it's doing its job." Later, in the quiet of evening, the boy cleaned the cracked bell again, the one the craftsman had made long ago, still resting on the shelf like a lesson carved in bronze. He turned it gently in his hands, letting his fingers follow the line of the fracture. "Why didn't you melt it down?" he asked. The old man thought for a while, then answered, "Because there are some failures you carry, not a race. This one taught me patience, showed me how fire listens, showed me how I don't." He took the bell and struck it gently. It still rang crooked, but clear. "See," he said, "it has a place. It reminds me that not everything has to be beautiful to be useful." The boy looked at the bell, then looked at his own hands. His fingers still bore clay under the nails, the faint pink of heat exposure, the scars of grip. But they were strong now, not just from labor, but from knowing when to let go. "Do you think I'll ever make one as good as yours?" he asked. The old man turned sharply. "No." The boy blinked. Then the craftsman added, "Because you'll make one better, not louder, not prettier, but one that's yours, that no one else could make. That's the point." The boy let that sink in and smiled. They didn't speak much more that night. The forge dimmed. The fire curled inward, and outside, the moon hung low, as if listening for the echo of an old story told in new voices. Morning light slid across the floor of the forge like spilled tea, slow, golden, and deliberate. The boy sat by the hearth, wrapping a new bundle of soft wax rods in cloth. He was leaving again today. Not for ceremony, not for destination, just because it was time. The craftsman sat nearby, sharpening a tool that barely needed sharpening. Not because he planned to use it, but because it had always been part of his morning steel on stone, motion as meditation. "You have a place to go?" he asked without looking up. The boy shook his head. "Not really." The craftsman nodded. "Good. That means you'll be able to hear what, not instructions, not advice, but the world when it speaks without words." He left at midday with only a small satchel and a wrapped bundle of wax. No map, no plan. Just the memory of heat and waiting and listening. The path led through the northern forest, where the leaves were beginning to fall and the light came down in long columns, like blessings for anyone willing to stand still. Along the way, he stopped at a stream, sat beside it, listened, not for voices, not for meaning, just for the sound of water wrapping around stone. And for the first time, he understood this was forging too. This was casting soft metal in the form of thoughts, of steps, of pauses. By evening, he reached a hill where an old traveler's hut stood beneath a leaning cypress. No one lived there, just a fire pit, a few stones for sitting, and a roof that had been patched with intention, not perfection. He built a fire not because he needed warmth, but because some things are meant to be kindled, even if only briefly. He pulled out a wax rod and, with the edge of a flat stone, began to shape it. Not into anything specific, just motion, just response, just the curve of instinct and memory passing through fingers. And as night settled around him, stars pressing gently into the sky, he thought of the first bell, the one he had helped pour, the one that sang in the valley temple. He imagined its sound reaching someone even now, maybe a monk, waking from restless sleep, maybe a farmer, standing in quiet awe before the dawn, maybe no one at all. Maybe the sound had simply returned to the sky. And wasn't that enough? Somewhere deeper in the night, wind passed through the trees. He sat still and breathed, and in the space between inhale and exhale, he heard it the echo of something not yet made, something not calling to be perfect or permanent, just heard, and then released. The bell maker never wrote down his teachings. There were no scrolls, no diagrams, no apprentices registered in ledgers, just a forge and a boy, and the sound of one bell fading while another began. The forge outlasted them both. Villagers say it stayed empty for a season before another young traveler passed through and lit the hearth again, not because he knew how, but because he wanted to know. And in time, the forge learned his rhythm too. Bells still hang in the valley, some cracked, some smooth, none perfect, all meaningful. And somewhere in the mountains, on certain days, if the wind is right and the moment is still enough, you can hear one long note, deep and clear, rising from a temple roof or rolling through a forest path. A sound that reminds you not everything that echoes asks for an answer. Some just ask you to listen and then let go.